fresh, crisp morning. Gotta remind myself the state of our crops were. Soybeans are, yeah, we're 4 months away from soybeans. I have a purring cat. Distract. This one over here is sorghum. This one is, next month we are going to be harvesting that. You're going to need a couple harvesters. Do we even have harvesters? I don't even know. I don't know what we have on this one. Oh, there's a harvester back here. We are going to need a second. I think we're going to have a second. That's what I did. Not 100% sure. Always get Draper. Set up. Yeah, there we go. Next month, this is harvest. So make sure. Hey, an Os wants to join. How about that?
Yep, finally got to that point.
Yeah, so we're gonna going to want to expand into more farmland areas, but trees are kind of in the way. And if we processed all of our trees and made furniture and stuff like that, it would be a lot of. I'm learning on my test world just how unbalanced, or not unbalanced, just how profitable that is. And when you look at how much wood is on this map, you could easily get the $1 billion goal just in wood products in this. Like, it would be trivial to do something like that. And yeah, I think that going forward, what we'll do is we'll basically create, we'll buy logging trucks, logging trailers, to store the wood, but then we'll just park them to the side as we clear cut, the forest, because we're gonna want to take these, where we have these things, where we have our 2 fields, we're gonna want to expand them down into the south slot, because there's a lot of open grassland down there already. So we're gonna want to go down with at least the one on the right here. We're gonna go down into the east. The other field is going to go down into the west, probably it'll be probably 6, those 6 fields there. And this could be easily, well, yeah, it depends on how far we go, but fortunately, pretty much almost every spot has forest in it. Yeah, massively underestimated how much wood is on this. Massively.
Wait, there's wood on this map?
I mean, it is insane how much wood there is on this map. But the one change to the trailer, I don't know if anybody caught, Wildman, who is away today celebrating his birthday, is all happy birthday to Wildman, spent some time and he customized one of the logos, one of the textures for the side of the trailer truck. So he changed the lawn care logo, so it said Lizard Lawn Care, and he made one that said Lizard Logging, right? And I just overwrote the one that was there, and I had to re-upload the mod, which is kind of a pain in the ass because it's like a 40 meg mod. But yeah, now it can actually say Lizard Logging, which is glorious. He told me, the poor guy. I mean, I'm very happy that he did it. Very happy that he spent the time, and honored that he spent the time to customize that logo. But he said it took him hours to do that. And yeah, unfortunately, I had to. When he edited it, here's the funny part, right? So it's a DDS file, and DDS files, when you save them, when you export them, you can save MIP maps, and a MIP map is what it uses for LOD levels, right? So the further you are away from something, the LOD level goes up, right? Level of detail is LOD. So the closest, when you are right up to right up next to the texture, or the 3D model does them too. When you're right up next to it, that's LOD 0. That is your crisp, awesome, highest quality bingo. That's your LOD level. As you walk away from it, right? As you walk away, the texture and the 3D model itself can have LOD levels, and that's why That's why you get pop-in in 3D engines. When you run up to something, you can see the trees. Those trees are like billboards from here, right? So those are that's just a single texture. That's a single billboard texture. As you walk up to it, it'll pop in just like that, right? It'll pop in, and that is the LOD levels that are taking effect. Same thing is true for these textures. So it's funny when he put all of that time into making logging, because when I asked him what font he used for the text, this is what took him so long, is he picked all of these letters out of all of the other logos. So there was lawn care, there was logistics, there is goods, and there's one more. I forget which one it is. Oh, that's not. So he copied and pasted all of the letters in order to get logging in there. And but what's funny is he didn't do it to any of the other LOD levels. He didn't even know they existed. And so when I got into the game, from back here it said lawn care, and as soon as you got close, then it popped into logging. You didn't regenerate those. So all I had to do is load it into GIMP and re-export it, and then generate the bitmaps from GIMP. But it was just kind of amusing. He was like, "Oh man, I didn't even know that existed." But I didn't have the heart to tell him that it would have probably taken me 10 minutes to do that logging change, because I'm pretty sure the font they use there is something pretty base game. Even if not, like, I wouldn't have even noticed if it would have been a different font, an Arial or something. But anyway, we have lizard logging now. So what I'm thinking is, being able to pull those trucks into a forest and just dump all of the wood in there, however willy-nilly at this point, just tossing them in the trucks at your leisure, to be able to clear cut the forest, because there's a lot. I mean, there's so many trees. I cleared this east side plot here. So this plot, Wildman has already started clearing. So this plot of land on this side, I started clearing. And I kid you not, I got like 2.5 million liters of wood off of just this plot of land that I'm standing on. And then the one Oss is standing on, that's got to be another, upwards of 1 million liters. That big bulge down there, that's got to be some serious wood. And I really, honestly, guys, I did not honestly want this Uber production to just be all logging. I didn't want to do that. I was having visions of having giant fields and lots of combines and all of that kind of stuff in this map while we played. I had no idea of the scale of the wood and the trees and all of that in this map. I mean, it is unbelievable how much there is. So anyway,
well,
I
I
Mr.
think we
Coffee.
figured out Buggy likes his wood.
I do.
It's true.
I like big trees, and I cannot lie. So yeah, there is a lot. There's so much wood on this map, and what I'll probably do is create another iteration of the map and just call it Prairie Hills. And go in, make a copy of this map, go in and delete all the trees. That's like 24,000 trees. Delete all of those, which is easy because they're in a single transform group. You just delete it, boink, and they just all go away. Not all of them. I have my template still, so there'll be like 7 trees in the map, and then I'll regenerate it with forest just on the outside border. So there's a thick layer of trees around the border that give you something to kind of hide the fact that the world just sort of ends. because I'm not going to spend the 100 hours and create nice, pretty scenery to surround the map. That is not going to happen. And then regenerate all the foliage yet again. Because I prefer... Well, I don't mind this sort of grass, like wild look, but when you mow it, it's just a pain. Because it leaves all these empty gaps of grass. So I usually, before I mow it, I always go by now and replace it all with just grass. And then I mow. So it's all perfect grass. Like this big gaps. So yeah, I honestly, everybody, I did not want this to just be constant logging. I am so perturbed that I didn't see that coming. So each one of these trailers holds 5 million liters of wood. So let's park one south. Down here where Oss is. Control that. I have another one. This trailer on the dolly. Really have track. Oh, this one. Exactly. So sorghum, getting sorghum next month means we can put some chicken. Right. All the stuff over here. Could claim maybe one more path here or field. Like we could have this part like plow that up for a field, but I think on this side, see on this side we couldn't really do that. I sort of set that in stone. You know, there's a YouTuber, there's a guy, somebody has a channel. I mean, it's called NotFarming, but all he does is play farming sim. But he doesn't. I realized, yeah, even though he plays farming sim, the channel is called NotFarming. Most of the channel, most of his videos, he's mowing grass. Almost like a large part of it. Because every one of his little series, every one of his videos. Is always the start from zero on a blank, fill in the blank map. Like, most of them are on flat maps, but like starting from zero on blah blah blah, starting from zero, and they're all. I mean, you're an hour in, and they're all fast forwarded. By the way, they're all in like 2x speed. So not recommended if you're highly prone to like motion sickness. But you're an hour in, right? And even at 2x speed, an hour in, you're 2 hours in or more. It depends on if he goes 2x or 3x. But he's still mowing at an hour mark, right? You're still mowing grass. So and he uses the same equipment, almost identical equipment in every series. And I've commented on a few of his like videos, and I'm just like, dude, don't you get sick of doing this over and over and over again? Like, he's got at least a dozen different series that all are identical. They're all identical. And I'm like, at some point, you've got to like question yourself. But he must be onto something because he gets a lot of views. He gets so many views. I am jealous of his views. But I remember, sometimes I'll just have them on in the background, and while I'm testing things or modding or whatever, and yeah, I will. He doesn't do any commentary over his videos. It's all just music, and it's the same music. It's the same like 4 or 5 songs on repeat for hours, every video. Every once in a while, you'll hear a new song. It's like, oh my god, he has a new song. I don't know how he does it and not get blasted with copyright notices. I just don't. Like, what does he do? Maybe he doesn't monetize his videos. I don't know. I don't know why you would do all that work and not monetize. At least an attempt to monetize. Anyway, a lot of his songs like sounded really familiar. Most of them you probably, I don't even know where he gets them. If they're royalty free or pop songs, I don't know. But there was a series of them that I was like, God, this sounds so familiar. It's not like I know the song. It's just I know like the mood of the song. And it was bothering me like crazy. I was like, I cannot place why this music sounds so familiar. And finally I realized like why it sounded so familiar. It's the like like the slow jazz, of old like SimCity. Right? The old like SimCity games when you'd be playing the game and you'd have just this slow like generic like slow jazz playing in the background. That's the like the best that I could place because it was just like it sounds so familiar or the slow sort of simple jazz of like the old like Transport Fever, right? Or the old, not Transport Fever, Transport Tycoon, or Roller Coaster Tycoon, like that old timey like jazz music. I don't know how else to describe it, but come on, there it is. I'm looking at a tree. It just takes a while. It takes a while for that script to work. Yeah, I don't know how you get so many views. Maybe people would watch more of these streams if I just shut up and just played music over the top. That's what that tells me. That's not the right lesson. Oh, it's the cat living in my lap. How's coffee doing?
Oh, not so bad. Got a day off today, so that's nice. I'll be joining you shortly.
Back on days.
The swing still. So
He's a swinger.
exactly. Second shift. At least until the end of next month, then I'll be back to night shift.
I didn't even hear anything, so.
Okay, good. I just blew my nose. Forgot to mute
Ah.
Discord. I muted OBS. Even took it off the webcam because nobody wants to see or hear that, and forgot to do it. A lot of bushes. A lot of bushes around this tree. Just tossing the trees in. Willy-nilly.
Yeah, that modification is pretty nice.
Yeah, it only took me like 20 hours to actually get it to work, so.
Not terrible in comparison to some of the ones you've done.
True.
Not to mention, you're probably still kind of getting used to this variety of mod. Or you're pretty much over that hump now.
Well, for the most part, I'm quite familiar with it enough now where I'm a little bit more competent. And more confident. There's still things that are inexplicable. Like the fact that I couldn't get that other sawmill to work, right? There is no reason why I could not get that sawmill to work. Like, it was so fundamentally broken that even the triggers, I would just import the triggers. I would go to I went to the master carpenter, which the triggers for the wood worked, right? They just worked right away. I literally exported the trigger into its own file, opened up the sawmill, deleted the trigger that was there, and then imported the trigger that I exported. Load that in, make sure it's there. Don't touch it. Just put it in the right spot, right? You want it in the right spot. Load it up in the game. Still didn't work. Like, literally copy and paste, pretty much copy and paste the trigger from something that works into the sawmill. Still didn't work. No, like, there was no reason why that would do that. There was no reason. Everything that I knew about the game and about how those triggers work, there was no reason for that sawmill to be that broken. And there were other things about that sawmill that were extremely broken. The fact that it was missing so many parts of it, like when you look at it in the editor, it had a big billboard on it. It had the yellow chevron markers, the whole 9 yards, and there was a whole there was a electrical panel on that had a whole lot of triggers and animations associated with it. None of that worked. And it was just like, what the hell is going on with this thing that is so broken? I couldn't figure it out. And it was super frustrating. I spent way too many hours on that trying to get that to work. Way too many. So yeah, stuff like that, just completely inexplicable. Come on. There's the red icon. As long as I wait for it. Oh, here's a buck. Well, that's largely. I don't need to get that one because it's the thing. So, but yeah, all of this. I just cleared all of this in my test world. It only took me like maybe an hour and a half because with the trailer now, it's nothing.
That trailer's going to make it a lot faster because you're not limited by the weird size of the log. It just has a fill capacity now. That makes life easy.
And even the betterest part, unaffected by mass. So the thing holds 5 million liters of wood, and it drives just as easily as if it were empty. And so it's like,
mass update.
and it's like, oh my god, that makes such a big deal, because you'd get a big load of wood, and it would be impossible to drive. It would be the physics engine would just freak out, and it would be impossible to get around.
It just says, nope, I'm done for the day, bye.
Yeah, it would literally flip. I had one truck go into orbit once. I was just like, what is going on?
I've had that one, yeah.
Yeah, this is just, I don't know what it is about this mod. But it just very hard to sync with the server. Which I am the server. It should be trivial.
You are the Senate?
Trying to avoid all these tiny itty bitty trees. And it's like, oh, there's a bunch of land in here. I just, it's plateaued land. All right. Yeah, you can sort of punch through all this stuff pretty fast. Oh man. Yeah. Okay.
Got them putty tap problems.
Well, she gets in my lap. She's all cute and purry and just like lovey.
But she's there to annihilate your allergies.
And then I start talking, and happens every time I stream. I start talking, she jumps down. Well, her legacy remains, and it's just for the next hour and a half, I am unable to really function as a human being. Plants. Let's do meadow. Try to. I want to do is we're going to mow all of this. I have to be very careful, because there have been times in the past when I accidentally go over and start overriding the farmland, so I want to make sure as pretty as all of this is, it's not good for mowing. Leaves like really awful looking. Is that what is that? Oh, it's a stump. It's pretty much the bottom here, so we're gonna go straight across this right amount to there.
AFK bit here.
Yeah, when I just did this section of land in my test world, so it's like deja vu. But I mowed pretty much this entire section of land after I got it clear cut. This whole area, minus the area where the shops are, and I got an unbelievable amount of grass on it. Just crazy. Clearing all the bushes out now will help me speed up the tree cutting process. So I'll be able to actually see what I'm doing. Yeah, there's all the ridges right here. I can't believe. You know, it's funny because I knew after I smoothed it, because I couldn't see all the terrain at the time. I hadn't fixed the terrain shader bug in the editor yet. And so I couldn't see all the terrain, which is why there's so much that that I missed as far as smoothing. But I mean, I really went over it several times, and I thought, okay, well, I know I missed some, but, you know, I had to have gotten most of it. But, man, did I miss a lot. Like, holy cow. There was a lot that I missed. All right. I know I'm going to miss some of this grass, but I'll come back before we mow it. I'll come back through once all the trees are gone. Really be able to see. Yeah, see. But that, you know, that's obvious when you're down here on the ground. But when you're like in the editor, flying above it, it's a lot harder to see. Like a lot. So. So in other news, let's see, other things to report on. Started back working on the vintage engineering mod. I spent a couple 3 hours yesterday getting it all converted over to the new .NET 7. Because the entire game now has been migrated to .NET 7. And which is a really good thing because, you know, obviously new versions have new features, fixes, and performance enhancements. Which is, yeah, that sounds awful. But anyway, so there's a lot of new things come with that. But it was quite the process. Quite the process to get it transitioned over. You know, I've got that mod converted over, but I still haven't done anything with any of my other mods because it's been reported that all my other mods are already working, so I don't want to really mess with them at all. ARM told me that they're all working. Now, the building gadget mod, I have gotten reports that mod is broken in other ways, and so I have to investigate and test that. You know, I kind of understand that if somebody says it's not working, it's probably not working. But I mean, the report is that it plays ghost blocks. And I made that mod quite a while ago. And I mean, I know a lot more about the modding process now, so I know right away what the problem is. It's a client server sync issue. You know, if you place blocks with the building gadget, you place blocks. Well, if you don't place them on the server, then the blocks will be ghosted, and that's the problem. Is I probably didn't know exactly the whole client server thing when I made like the bulk of that mod, and so what happens is you place the blocks, you build the blocks, and if it doesn't really sync with the server quite right, you get issues where it's um, where the blocks exist on your world. You're looking right at them, but the server doesn't see them because the server didn't place them. So I just, their lessons learned. The lesson of the client is just a dummy terminal that doesn't do anything. Everything comes off the server. You have to tell the server everything, and it's the server that places the blocks, then updates the client, not the other way around. But anyway, yeah, the vintage engineering mod. I got it all updated to the new version of .NET, so I know that's up and running, and it compiles, which is the even bigger surprise. And I started, working. So I'm working on the electrical network right now. And I know there are a few mods out there that do similar things. There's a couple really generic, sort of not really too fleshed out electrical mods for the game. But they're all really proprietary stuff, and they didn't really build an API so other people could use it, and that's what I am focused on is building my system so anybody can add their own machines, they can customize it. All of that stuff I wanted to make sure was supported. Oh, come on. Give me a... There... Oh! Of course. Right when I move. Oh, come on. There it is.
Did you catch Zeno's message?
Woo. How is it going? It is going good. It's going really good.
Come on, Farming Simulator. You can update the multiplayer listing.
Oh, I hate that.
Yeah, for the past, 10 minutes.
Have you tried exiting and going back in?
Oh, yeah. I closed the game. I've gone back to the main menu.
Gee.
Yeah, it's not even showing up on, removing the filter by the game name just to show all of the possible options. It's not even there.
Do a verify files. I've had issues with because an update has come out since the last time you played, and I had to do a verify files myself. And then I had him do the verify files, and we seem to be doing a lot better.
Alright, verifying integrity.
Yeah.
Hopefully it doesn't take too terribly long. I've had verifying that take a long time before.
Yeah, for me it didn't. But I remember I verified right after the update, and I had to re-download 15 files after the update. So something got out of sync there.
Well, we shall see.
Also, check some of your filters when you get back in. I never mentioned it to you, but you remember how ARM was having trouble getting in?
I think so.
Player limit was 8.
Mm.
And Buggy had the max setting as 10. So
Interesting.
that
Yeah,
was
mine
that
up at
was what
16.
prevented it.
Yeah, maybe that would do it.
No, that should be fine, because it's 16 or less.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the max. Yeah. So that one was fine. It would be fine. It's weird because I don't think I changed any of my defaults, and I was able to find buggy on those first streams for Silver Run. I think I changed the map so that it would, filter it down some, but that was the only.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that one tree looked so funky, Bugs.
What tree?
The bottom of it. The stump part.
The black one? Oh, yeah. Almost
Yeah,
three.
the textures. I mean, I pulled the trees off of some obscure Russian map, so
Fair.
you know, yeah, it is what it is. I just deal with
When
it.
you're working with our trees, comrade.
Yeah. The fact that they work and they're big and it is what it is. Like I didn't want to split hairs and be like, oh, that texture is not good enough. I'm not gonna use the tree because it's like no. We're gonna use the tree. It's awesome. If it's functional and doesn't break the game, we are good to go.
It's big and thick and it makes them happy.
Yeah. And with this trailer, what's funny is with this trailer, it would be so trivial to farm sequoias, the giant sequoia trees. Because, our big trees, these giant trees that I have in here, still not as much wood as a sequoia. Those sequoias were damn near 43,000 liters each. And these giant trees are like 37,000. So it's like, those sequoias still. Now the wood itself, the whole thing with the wood was, if you just tried to sell the wood straight up, it was almost worthless. Because they wanted to discourage people actually selling the wood, because giant sequoias are a protected tree, and you can't farm them, because they are basically a protected or endangered tree in real life. So they wanted to discourage people from basically cutting them down. But so they're not worth a lot of money. You sell an entire sequoia and it might be like $700, for an entire tree, which is crazy to think about. But it's still worth wood in terms of volume. It's still a giant tree, so it's worth a lot in volume. So you make your money that way. Yeah, I couldn't imagine that Silver Run Forest, because we had, pretty soon after we started that, we had the words are failing. We had the modded Sawmill, which produced resources at a much, much faster rate. I couldn't imagine, with the amount of time that it was taking to repair that roller coaster. Oh, I could not imagine doing that with all the vanilla. Just the months that you would have to fast forward over and over and over again.
Took me about a week of real lifetime play to get that to happen.
Yeah, I can imagine. Sounds about right.
Although you can utilize the one sawmill where you can buy products, so you can just buy the pallets of stuff that you need, but not some of the specialized things like the shingles and floor tiles and stuff. Those ones I believe you still had to get made.
Right. And the Master Carpenter, which was the other major addition, made making that stuff dead easy. So, yeah, between the mods that I made, we were able to actually finish that up. But yeah, getting
I really
back.
hope-
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, I really hope with the new. I'm assuming they're going to add a new map with the premium edition,
Yes.
and I hope that they have things like that in it. I hope that the whole roller coaster and the shipbuilding thing wasn't just a one-off, and they're never going to do it again. I feel like that was a really cool feature that they should expand upon.
Well, and maybe make them a little more realistic.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, there are mods now. There are like mods for sheds, for like farming sheds that you have to build.
Ooh,
So the
nice.
community has already sort of taken that concept and is like, yeah, you want to build a shed? It's going to take wood beams, it's going to take shingles, it's going to take all of this stuff, and you slowly build a shed, and at the end you have a shed that you can park your farm implements in. So yeah, the community is already sort of taken with that concept and running with it.
Good.
But as far as like big projects, that's a lot of custom 3D work. You need the project to be. You need a 3D modeler not only to develop the finished, let's say you're building a building or like a housing, like an apartment complex, right? Say you're building an apartment complex, and so you need wood, flooring, even going so far as doing carpeting, whatever you want, right? If you have fabric, stuff like that. Well, you need a 3D modeler to model the finished apartment building and to model and texture all of the intermediate steps. Because that roller coaster had a lot of intermediate steps. When we would look at it and go, oh, that part was changed or that part has changed. Those are models. Those are 3D models getting swapped out. The game is just swapping the models, and it's like, you get that sense of progress, and you need 3D skills and texturing to get that done. And not a lot of modders have all of those tools in their toolbox. It's even the FDR farming or the FDR logging guy. I think it's FDR. He outsources all of his 3D models. He has to pay. He pays somebody. So all the donations that he gets, he pays 3D modelers to actually model whatever piece of machinery they have. And then he takes whatever 3D model they give him, and he loads. He breaks it apart into pieces and loads it into the game. He's the one that makes all the XML for it, which arguably could be more work than the original model.
Depending on just how complex
Oh
that
my
piece of machinery is.
God, it's so crazy how much stuff goes into the XML. All the animations, all of that stuff is all in the XML. It's crazy what kind of stuff you have to do. Yeah, he outsources all the 3D models. So somebody like me, right? I have, like Liam Neeson, I have a certain set of skills, and it's not hunting down bad guys in foreign countries, but I can adapt and learn modding systems relatively easily. Not easily, but I don't say it's easy. It's just learn to do it really fast. But
one file failed to be acquired, or failed to validate. So just one.
I wish it would actually print a report of what the files were that it like.
Yeah.
I wish it gave you more information, because mine it was 15 files failed to verify and had to be re-downloaded. I'm like, 15 files? What the hell? Like,
Yeah, it would be nice to know though, because hell, they could have been all text files.
right, it could have been like whatever. Like, oh, this is a garbage file. I don't know what it was, but whatever it was, it fixed our multiplayer sync. 'Cause we were not getting this map working until I did that. Which is even more bizarre because remember, Oz, we loaded in the Michigan Farms. We both loaded in the Michigan Farms map. It was this map specifically that wasn't working, and I verify files fixed it. So
It was weird.
Unfortunately, it's still not showing up in the page.
I mean, I can try. I can try to. I don't know how. I don't know what else to do to get it to show up. Like,
Yeah,
I don't
it's
know
just
what I
some
can
game
do on my
activate.
side. Because I want you in and helping. We need the labor.
Yes, Overlord.
Oh
I
yeah.
might... Oh, go ahead.
Anyway, speaking on the vintage engineering mod again, I'm commencing work on the electrical networks, which is its own little version of hell. Anyway, yeah, the electrical networks. I'm trying to figure out the best way to approach it. Because individual networks, right? You can have really big networks and you can have really small networks. And each network is its own entity. Each network is going to have its own ID number. And I'm trying to figure out what I want to save.
There we go. Sync incoming.
Hey, all right. I'm thinking the networks themselves. There's a coffee. Coffee has joined the server. Come on. It's gonna sync any second now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm waiting.
Oh, I'm still going. It's only at 24%.
Oh. Well, the more I do, the more it's going to take the sync. Talk about it. So what I started doing is I started working on the electrical network manager. So there's the electrical system is going to be broken into its own mod, because I want the mod itself to stand on its own, and to be its dependency is the wire catenary mod. So the catenary mod is super generic, and I think I've explained this before. So the process of running wires, any wires, that process separated from the actual mod. I wanted that process to be completely independent. And so it's super generic, and all it tracks, all it cares about is running wires from A to B. That's basically the entire thing. It does not care what network is being. Like, if you run a series of wires, the catenary mod does not care. All it does is manage the wire block, the wire object that you're holding in your hand. You click one node and you click the other node. You right-click this node and you right-click that node. And if valid, it has callbacks. When you right-click a node, I have certain interfaces that have a callback to verify the thing you're holding can connect to that node. The catenary mod does not care what connects to what. All it does is, if the connection is valid, it will connect from here to there, and when it does that, it'll fire an event, and the event fires that a wire was connected. It gives you both endpoints. It gives you both the indexes of the connection nodes, because a block can have more than one connection on it. Like, think of a transformer, right? A transformer has two connections, two separate networks can connect to a transformer. And it has to be like that, right? You cannot cross the streams, so to speak. And so the networks have to be separated, and the indexes to those connection nodes have to be separated. The catenary mod, however, does not care about any of that. It just connects two nodes together, and the catenary mod holds and stores the 3D meshes to render. Right, the catenary mod is the thing that you run the wires and that renders the wire. Everything else is done by other mods. And so the electrical network mod, I simplified that in my in my imaginings how everything works together. The electrical network mod itself is simplified in that it doesn't care about the wires. It does not care what wires go from A to B. All it cares about are what nodes, what electrical enabled blocks are on the network, right? And so the electrical network is a generic set of block positions, like this block position and this block position, and what node ID is connected to it, right? The electrical network is really where the power level comes from, right? The LV, MV, HV power, that comes from the electrical network, and it is the thing that decides when the catenary mod calls, can connect wire. There's literally a can connect wire. It's calling that in the electrical system, but it doesn't know that it is. All it does is know that this object has an interface of an electrical node, and that the part of that electrical node is that this has a can connect wire call, and that's what I call. So you can, as a third party, if you have another mod, you can then, introduce your own set of nodes. Let's say you have a communication. Let's say you put a telephone. You want to do a telephone mod. You could run communication wires, which is the catenary mod. It's just a different type of wire that I've accounted for, and it has the nodes that can connect wire, and you would just do a check. So if somebody is running an electrical system, the block type that you're holding is part of an electrical wire. Well, if you have a telephone mod, well, obviously that can connect wire, it will come back as false if you're holding the electrical wire. You have to be holding the communication wire, let's say, if you're doing that. Or the signal system. I wanted to have the option to do a signaling system. And you can do that. And the system is also capable of other types. If somebody invents, a type of wire thing, you can expand. You can expand the types of wire and stuff. So the electrical network, all it does, as far as how to grow and shrink the network themselves, the catenary mod has two primary events that it fires: connected wire and connection or disconnect. So when a wire connection is made, it fires an event of a connection, and it passes into the event the start and end nodes and a couple other pieces of data from the connection. And then it doesn't care. After that, it's like, I don't care. I did my part. The connection is made. I don't know why these trees are sticking into the ground, but it's really bugging. Anyway, so the connection is made, the event is fired, and then the catenary mod just doesn't even care after that. It doesn't math the network. All it does is hold that connection. It stores the 3D basically the 3D mesh of the wire so it can render it. Because it's a custom block, right? It's a custom shaped block. If you wanted to help Coffee, you know, you are more than willing or more than able to help.
I still need permissions.
Oh shit. Okay. I thought you had logged into this before. Permissions.
Yeah, sorry, I'm gonna head out. My back is really bugging me.
Okay.
There, guys. Has fun.
Bye.
Laters. All right.
Go.
You have permission.
Are we just clear cutting here?
Yep. Getting everything cleared on this plot of land so we can expand the field. Time comes. That reminds me, we should just do a remove stumps round.
Nice.
So, you know, as you might have guessed, I'm a little bit proud of how the vintage engineering mod is going so far. You know, I've never written a piece of software. I've written a lot of mods, okay, but I've never written one quite as expandable and API-ish as the one I'm working on now, the vintage engineering. I've never written one that had in mind, you know, other people coming in after the fact and adding to it, you know, expanding upon the API. And I'm having a lot of fun sort of with that mindset of how can I make this easily expandable, but also not impossible to work on. Like, I just, because there's ways to do APIs that is easy to work with and ways to do it that is not easy to work with. And yeah, I'm trying to make it as straightforward, and I'm commenting the heck out of the code. Like, every function, all these interfaces are all documented with comments, because there's a way to generate basically help files. There's a way to generate and take all of those procedures and functions and all your blocks of comments and turn them into documentation for the API, and that's what I want to do, is turn it all into documentation. So people coming down the road would be like, well, how do you use this function? Well, it's like, here's how you use the system, and have that already done. Plus, it helps my brain kind of like coming in after the fact and going, how did I implement this again? Like, I completely forgot. And then coming in, you know, here we are a couple months down the line. I've had a crazy month and a half or 2 months here. So going back into it, it's a lot easier because of all this documentation. I can see how everything is fitting together because I documented it. So, but having the API and a lot of part of it too is one of the reasons I talk through it and is to sort of come up with ways that it might break, right? When you talk through something and you talk through the logic of something, you more easily can find ways that it might break, or other people can be like, what about this weird edge case? And you can be like, oh, I didn't think about that before, right? So, you know, I'm trying to account for as much as I possibly can. Another one of these stupid things. You gotta line the logs up, dude. You see my nice log piles? Like,
I am having issues with super strength. It is not working.
I gave you permission.
Yeah, you did. I see that, but for some
Lumberjack
reason,
strength.
super strength is not working. Like
Um,
lumberjack, it's not letting me double-click Alt to toggle, or even holding Alt to toggle it doesn't do anything. This is weird.
Can you like hold Alt and right click and
Nope, can't throw it either.
well, what the hell? Let's see if I can lumberjack strength. Lumberjack strength. Yeah, you should reset it, so you should have it. But
Yeah.
it's that
And I
Iron Man
double-checked
suit.
my keybind, and it's still Alt. That hasn't changed.
Yeah, maybe you have to rejoin in order to. I don't know. I don't know how that.
Possibly.
I don't know how that mod syncs with the server. I would
I've
imagine
never
it's.
had an issue with it before.
Yeah, I don't think we ever had an issue with it. Yeah, I started working on the, or I continued work on the electrical network side, working on the actual network object itself, and largely trying to come up with a scheme where I can tick each network. So I've got the electrical network itself, so that object is essentially just a list of nodes. And a node is like a machine, right? The electrical network is a machine, or the node is a machine or a generator. I'm not sure whether to put like relays, like a electrical pole, right? If you have a line of power poles, the catenary mod is managing all the wires on all the poles, and the poles themselves don't hold electricity, they don't store it, they don't do anything regarding the power on the line itself. They're just a way to move the network down the line. So my instinct tells me they don't need to be simulated, right? Having those as nodes in the network is superfluous, because they don't need to be those things don't need to be ticked. They don't need to be simulated, because they're not actually doing anything with the power. So that's what my instinct tells me, is those nodes don't need to be simulated. The problem is the network itself. If you let's say you have a line of power poles, and then you break one of the power poles in the middle. Okay, so that network, whatever network ID is associated with that, now you need to update that network. And part of the event that fires, so it fires the event of a wire connection being made. One of the values you return from that event is the network ID. So there's a variable for a network ID that you can get out of that. And so when the catenary mod fires that event, that network ID is grabbed from the event and assigned as a variable for the catenary object. Not that it uses it, it's just That's the solution I came up with the wires run on power pole, right? You have a power pole and you have these wires run. Well, those wires will all store the basic network ID. And that network ID ties back to the um, to the electrical network mod. That's where that comes from. And yeah, it's man, until or unless I start getting stuff that's buildable and testable in the game, it's really hard. Usually the mods that I do, it takes very little coding for me to actually jump in the game and test it. There has been a couple months worth of coding being done where I have been unable to load it in the game and test it, and it's rough. It's really rough. I'm not used to having to code so much, so there's a lot of bugs, a lot of potential problems with the code that I've got so far that I'm going to have to fix once I get a buildable version.
Okay. Yeah, apparently backing out and coming back in works.
Oh, good.
Weird.
So one of the interesting parts about late last night, I officially started thinking about the update tick. So the electrical network themselves, all of the electrical networks will tick at a rate of 4 times per second. I think that is more than plenty. Right. So the tick rate of the electrical network is not going to be 30 times a second, whatever, 60 times a second, because it just doesn't need to be. Even the highest machine, even the highest network or highest electrical draw machine and the highest electrical generator doesn't need to be ticked or updated more than that. You just don't need to update it that often. All of the fuel usage, whatever stats you give it, will be adjustable by this, whatever the power rate per second, whatever the power consumption per second is. If you're updating at 4 times per second, it's plenty fast. I don't ever see a reason to have a machine update faster. And I told Tyrone, who was the developer of the game, I was in a chat with him, and I said, one of the biggest things on my mind as I create this mod is performance. I don't want the electrical network system or the mod itself to cripple the game, right? I don't want factories to cripple the game. So the electrical network is going to tick, at a slow rate, and the machines themselves are going to tick at a slower rate. You don't need to tick these things super fast. A quarter of a second is an imperceptible amount of time to a person. There's no way you could see that. So yeah, I am trying to have a mind of performance while I while I work on this mod. But there's a couple features of the electrical network that I have to sort of think my way through logically, which is my kind of favorite part of programming. Right? You have a series of objects that you need to iterate through, but you need to do it in a way that you don't want to repeat. You know, my college professor on my algorithms class is ringing in my ears talking about you don't want to repeat your work. You don't want to repeat if you're iterating through objects. You don't want to do it. You want to do it as few times as possible, right? When you look at like the different sorting systems for computers, anybody out there with computer experience or have gone through your basic like data structures and algorithms knows like the bubble sort, the quick sort, the heap sort, you know, all the different sorting algorithms. Well, the way that those are you know, calculated, it's basically how many times do you iterate through the number of values, which is n. So n is the number of different values. And so the bubble sort is like the worst sort ever. It's the first one that you start with when you're in the college class because it's the easiest to implement. But it is so bad that even in modern computers, bubble sorts are slow because it's an n squared algorithm. You have to look at each value the number of times of the number of values. So if you have a million, let's say you have a million numbers to sort, a million numbers, n equals a million. That's the number of numbers. The bubble sort is n squared. So a million squared, which is a very large number, that is how many calculations, how many comparisons that you have to do. So when I'm thinking about like iterating through all of the objects in an electrical network, yeah, most electrical networks are going to be small. You know, you'll have a transformer, you'll have an LV side, you'll have a wire that connects to 4 machines, right? That n, you're looking at the number of iterations. The n there is 5. You have the transformer and then the 4 machines. That's 5 nodes on that network. That's nothing. That is nothing to simulate. But then you could have, you know, down the road, you could have much, much higher numbers. Like if you have, let's say you have a bank of several nuclear reactors, and then those nuclear reactors all go into like an EV, like an extreme voltage line, and that EV line goes into many, many, many transformers to offset or to distribute the power. Like many, many. Because, you know, EV line, let's say it's nigh unlimited, right? 2 billion, quote unquote, power. Well, that could go into a lot of, like, HV transformers. HV transformer being, like, I don't know, 64,000. Whatever. It's going to be a very simplified electrical abstraction. It's not going to be realistic at all. It's going to be just complex enough to be considered entertainment and a challenge, but not so complex that you need an electrical engineer's degree. So those networks could get very, very, very large. And so I want to protect my algorithm from very, very large networks and having to iterate through dozens or even possibly hundreds of nodes. And so to add to the wrinkle, I have a priority system built in. So you could integrate that into your machines or your generators and say this generator has a higher priority. Well, that means that generator is going to get power removed from it first. Whereas a higher priority machine will get power distributed to it first. So I need to take the list of nodes, because it is possible to have generators and machines on the same system. Especially early game, you could easily have an LV generator connected directly to an LV machine. Like, it's 100% possible. So I need to account for that. So I need to sort everything by type. I need different lists. I need 3 different lists for each network. I need a generator list, I need a machine consumer list, and I need a storage list for like batteries. So I need those 3 machines, those 3 lists, and those are, I could actually use, there are built-in features nowadays. There's something called Link, L-I-N-Q. Wow, that is... that you can actually do, like, anybody familiar with like databases and like SQL, you can do like, for a list, you can do a generic list query and then pull all of the items. I don't know what the performance cost is going to be. I really should look into that. Anybody who knows the answer to that, I would be greatly appreciate. Like, what is the performance cost of doing a query on a list? And the query would be something like, give me all of the values where, like, if it's a list of nodes, where the node type equals like electrical consumer or electrical network type consumer, right? So it'll be, there's an enum that is just consumer, producer, storage, and the blocks themselves will have those values. But I need to sort based on that. So or not sort, but like query based on that. So the 3 lists, I pull, I get all the consumers, all the producers, and all the storages, and then I sort them by the priority. Automatically sort them by the priority, so I don't have to then sort them again. So that'll give me each list now. Now I have 3 lists. Now this is, in my mind, this is how I go through it. I have 3 lists, 1 of each type, and this is, remember, this is in the update call. So this is going to run for each network. This is going to run 4 times a second, and I need to really make sure that I'm catering to performance here, because this could easily get out of hand. So if that link, if that list is, if the separation of those lists takes too long, then I need to rethink it. Right? If the breaking apart into separate lists is too costly, those calls, that's 3 calls. Remember, every tick. So 4 times a second. That link call is taken on every network. Now, granted, the network could be 4 items, and it could be nothing. Like, there could be nothing in there. But I might have to do a lot of profiling and a lot of like breaking down of like what the cost is. But that's gonna, I'm gonna need to be well into a testable structure for that to be able to test that. But I'm not sure. I'll have to do some Googling on how efficient the link like clause, like where clauses, how efficient those are to memory and to all that kind of stuff. Because it's iterating through all of that information. So whether you have 4 items in the list or 400 items, it's having to iterate through all of those. Probably multiple times, I would guess. Here's another spot I missed. Even after I smooth it out, there's still areas that I missed. Crazy. So once Lord. What a... Wheels on. So once I have all three lists, now I have all the generators, all the machines, and all of the batteries in that specific network. Now I have to figure out what to do with all of those. So basically, you have to iterate through all of the items I think at least twice. Now I could look at like a Minecraft mod. So I could look at the vintage engineering, not vintage, the immersive engineering, the sort of the template for this mod. I could look at the source code for that and see just how they implemented the electrical network. But it's really hard reading that code. Really hard reading that code because of how abstract everything is. It's a lot of those Minecraft mods. Like the people behind that mod, they've had years of time abstracting and making that mod as generic as possible. And it is really hard to read that code. Really hard. You know, there are source files. And now Java is a little bit different than C# because Java, you have to import and declare at the top of the file like all of the things. If you're using an object in your class, you have to import that object somehow for some reason into Java. But there are files in that mod that the import list is like that high. It is just like there are 60 different lines of different objects to import. It is impossible to read that read the code in that mod in a lot of places. The source is just a mess of imports and all of that kind of stuff. So while I'm using the spirit of that mod as a guide for my mod, I have not been able to use one iota of code or logic from that mod because it is impossible to follow. So basically, what I'm thinking is I've already done this once. I've already written this out once and tried to figure out the flow. But let me just talk through it because I've got nothing else to talk about. Unless Coffee has another topic. But for me, it's, not enough people, not enough modders, not enough people in the community talk about how the sausage is made, how mods are made, and I want to give people an idea, of how the process works and what goes on in your head and all that kind of stuff. But so we have a list of objects. We have a list of machines. We have a list of consumers, producers, and storage. Now we have to figure out this given tick, which is at best a quarter of a second. How much power do the machines need? Basically, how much power, how much empty capacity does each machine have in its buffer? Because you need buffers. This would be impossible in a like realistic, like just in time sort of thing. Like power being used in the very tick that it's actually generated, which is how the real world works. Would be crazy because you would have to tick the electrical network faster than the machines. But remember, modern power in the U.S., if you look at it, it has a tick rate. Modern power, the cycles is 60 hertz. So essentially, it is 60 times a second is the power cycle, right? The sine wave, 60 times a second. You would not want to, in a game, simulate the electrical network 60 times a second. That would be insane to me. That would be insane. Ooh, floating deer. So yeah, that's just impractical. So every machine and every generator has a buffer, and that buffer can be small, but it has a buffer. So the first question is, how much power do the machines need? Right? How much power is available in the generators? If there are any generators, how much power is available in the generator? And then how much power is available in storage? Now, one of the caveats, because I was thinking of a possible problem. Let's say you have a generator hooked into a transformer. So let's say you have a series of 4 LV generators run into a line. That line goes down the road and then goes into like another transformer that goes to 4 different machines. So on the machine side, there are no generators, right? But they're 2 separate networks. There are 2 separate networks. Possibly even 3. I would say there were 3 networks there. So here's the issue is let's say you have the bank of generators going into a transformer. So you have 4 LV generators going into an MV transformer. So all four generators go into a transformer that bumps up to MV, medium voltage. The MV transformer side then goes all the way down the road and then hooks into another transformer that goes down to LV. That LV then goes into the 4 machine. That's 3 different networks. You have the generator side, you have the MV transmission side, and then you have the the machine side. Now, how does power from the generator side make it to the machine side when there's a network in between that has nothing? There's no generator. There's no generator or machines in that middle MV network. How does power get moved from A to B? So any ideas? Any ideas? Coffee's been quiet for a while. He's probably tuned me out by now. So what I thought of was a pretty simple solution. Is the transformers the reason why the main reason I initially thought transformers were their own special type of block, because they kind of have to be. Transformers, they have more than one network connection. You have an incoming and an outgoing side, right? An incoming, or you have 2 separate tiers of network. It's a unique block. It's a unique thing that has 2 separate tiers of network. You have an LV and an MV, or an LV or a MV and HV, right? You have 2 tiers of networks, which is the only type of block that has that. The only type that has 2 different tiers of networks in it would be a transformer. Now the other thing about the transformer, because it's a custom block, is I can tweak with what it has and what it doesn't have. So what my thoughts were, I feel a sneeze coming. I know I've been rubbing my nose a lot, but trust me, the cat hair is real. The transformer then, to solve that little dilemma that I talked about with the networks, the transformer itself is going to have an internal storage buffer. The block itself needs internal power storage, almost like a battery, that the networks then can share. So the bigger network, like the MV network, will distribute power into the buffer, and then the LV network will pull power from that buffer, right? And that's how I solve that little dilemma. Is the different networks share a buffer, and that's what's transformed. Is the MV network. So the generator side, right? The generator side will push power into the transformer, and then the draw side will pull power from the transformer. Now here's what I haven't solved yet, and I'm open to ideas. How to differentiate between those. How can I take a single transformer block? It'll be like the MV transformer, the MV-LV transformer. And so it'll have the option to attach MV and LV. Now LV will be the lower side and MV will be the upper side. But there's no difference between which one consumes power and which one produces power. And I don't know how to solve that. And I don't want two different transformers. The more confusing, yeah. It's confusing me too. But it's one of those I haven't figured out how to solve that. Because on the generator side, if you just imagine a bank of generators, those generators are pushing power. They're producing power. So they're pushing power into the transformer. While on the machine side, the same update tick, the same procedure that I'm currently working on, has to then draw power from that same type of transformer. Again, I don't know what the solution is. Anyway, I'm talking in circles, so I have to reset. But these are things that are just like, they just kind of sit in my mind while I could be eating breakfast. These are the things on my mind. Like, how am I going to solve this? How am I going to process this? One thing I could do, I'm pretty sure one thing I could do to solve it would just be to treat transformers as storage blocks. Like batteries. All they are batteries. Either the network has a surplus of power or it has a deficit of power. Right? Just generic. You either are producing enough power to meet demand or you're not. And if you are, then excess power goes into storage. Right? Any excess power, if there's storage available, whether it's a battery or a transformer, extra power goes in there. Well, if there's not enough power, right, which is a really simple, those are simple calculations. As you're iterating through all of the things, you have once you iterate through any potential generators, right? You have potential generators on a network, and if there's no generators, period, then obviously there is no surplus. Oh, come on, come on. There's one pixel right there. Yes. So if there's no generators on any given network, then there is going to be no surplus power generated. It's all going to be drawn. It's all going to be a deficit. And so that's when you go into storage. And if I just treat the transformer as a storage block, like a battery, then I think I could probably get the logic to work. Because then it's just like, I already know the first thing you iterate through is all the machines to see how much power you need. And I largely based the model, the electrical network model, off of the Forge, the Minecraft Forge system. That's what I used as like my base interface, with a few tweaks here and there, so it's not identical. But you know, the Minecraft Forge is just the entire electrical network system for Minecraft Forge is one interface. There's one interface that all of these mods use, and that's the interface. They just sort of used the thermal expansion mod as their base. So it's just that interface, and then all of the mods can tie into that, and it's all a unified system. And so what I'm trying to do is build a system robust enough where Tyrone is like, yeah, well, I'll integrate that into the base game. He's already told me that he'll do it if I get the system good enough. So if my electrical network is solid enough, it'll be part of the base game, and then any modder can use it, which is what the point is. Because I think it would be cool to have code into, you know, integrated into a base game. With all of the mods that I've done over the years, in all of the games, and it's been a lot, got mods for Graveyard Keeper and Transport Fever, and I mean, just so many mods. It'd be cool to actually have some code in the base game. Anyway, yeah, I want to try to keep the network simulation efficient. It would be very easy to program it badly and completely cripple performance of the game. Like, it would be so easy. But yeah, the electrical network itself is also separated from the mod itself in order to it be integrated into the base game. So my mod, the machines and generators, right? The machines and generators are going to be independent from the electrical network itself. Because the electrical network, all it's going to care about is either taking power from or giving power to nodes on the network. Doesn't matter what those nodes do, where they come from, what they do, or what mod they're from. All it cares about is it an electrical node, and is it a producer, consumer, or storage? That's all it cares about. And as such, you'll be able to add your own machines. You'll be able to use it to, you know, whatever you want, whatever other mod you want to introduce. And that was the point. Is I wanted to make a mod that somebody could come in and be like, well, you know, here's all of this stuff. We have electrical network and all of that. I want to do like an applied energistics sort of mod. And I want to use communication cables. And I want to use, you know, parts of, you know, I've got my mod that makes all of the parts. It's going to have machines. It's going to have, you know, processors. It's going to have a bunch of custom recipe stuff that you're going to be able to do. People are going to be able to just make their own mods that are built off of what I'm working on. Come on. I know this is a big log, but oh my, no, I didn't want you to spin that far. Come on back. There we go. So making it as extensible or expandable as possible was a high priority. And again, this is the first time I've ever tackled a big project like this, and it's been a challenge. I've been sort of all of the emotions are coming off of it. When I figured out the GUI system, that was one of those moments, one of those rare moments in programming where you're just like, oh my god, it makes sense now. Like one of those moments where it just clicks in your head, and it's like, oh my god, this is how it works. Like it was just that moment of, oh my god, I figured it out. Right? It was such a black box. I was like, I have no idea how any of this works, and then suddenly it was like, oh, now I get how it works. And so yeah, going forward, I'm glad I did those right after I figured it out. I did that tutorial series on the GUI system. It was like a 4-episode arc of building the GUIs. And I'm really glad I did that because, it's been a couple months since I've worked on anything dealing with the GUIs, and if I were to hit a tough spot, I'd have those videos to go back to and look at, and hopefully the community knows about those and uses them, because that's kind of why I did it. I wanted the community to be able to get a jump start on that. Yeah, it's the Vintage Engineering, if anybody doesn't know, is for the game Vintage Story, which is sort of a grown-up version of Minecraft. It's a harder core, like, survival voxel building game, but it's the voxel side of things is pretty much where the where the similarities to Minecraft kind of begin and end. It's much more brutal, especially vanilla. If you played it unmodded, it is a brutally hard game. Everything about it is the developer really tried to make it a challenge. In many ways, too much of a challenge, which is why most of my mods exist, because they are an attempt to simplify it, to make it a little easier, less grindy. The Ores of Plenty mod especially is there to help people kind of accelerate there, but the Vintage Engineering mod is, once in the vanilla game, once you hit like steel, that's it. Like you've reached the pinnacle of the game. You're making steel. There's really nothing after steel. There's a little bit of exploration that you can do. The whole Resonance Archive side of things is brand new, but and they're constantly tweaking the story and all that. But yeah, that's pretty much the end of the line when it comes to the tech tree. Is steel. Steel's it. So my mod aims to radically expand the end game. My mod basically starts when you make your first steel. So it will require, at least, I'm gonna say 2 batches. I'm gonna try to balance it around 2 batches of steel to get into it. Oh, that's it for the coffee? Coffee, I need more of you.
Yeah, I could use another cup of me as well. Although actually, I had iced coffee this morning.
Iced
Took the
coffee?
dog
That's
for-
not coffee.
I know, but I took the dog for a nice long walk, and I hadn't had my coffee yet. I'm like, I still want some coffee, but it is too hot right now. Tried to go and walk before the heat of the afternoon really kicked in, even though went for the walk at like 7 a.m. Still almost 75, 80 degrees.
Yeah, pretty crazy.
I think that might do it for this square.
Well, there's some on the south we're gonna have to nip.
Oh, okay.
And some of these on the border, I wanna grab like
Some breathing room.
at least 5 to 10 meters on the border. Just so machines, you know, if we have combines or rock pickers, or especially rock pickers, those are the nastiest buggers, because you can't do headlands with rock pickers. So it's just like, ugh.
Yeah.
They get caught up so easily.
Even the new modded rock picker can use courseplay on it?
Oh, I'm sure you could use courseplay. I really only use courseplay when I have to.
Mm-hmm.
Just because it's like, I don't know. It's just a lot easier just hitting H and being done with it rather than going through the whole courseplay. Although,
Yeah.
you know, right now our fields are sort of growing and expanding. If I were to do the Prairie Hills version of this without all the trees, which is, I'm definitely going to do that. I'm definitely going to make that map. So, you know, consider being a channel member or patron to get your hands on any of the maps, any of the customized mods that I make. Anyway, I want to do the Prairie Hills. I want to go through and smooth out a lot of the terrain that I missed, take out all the rough edges, because with the rock bug, when you raise or lower terrain, or when you level terrain, it eliminates rocks from spawning after you plow. And I think Patrick C looked that up, and it is a known issue, and it even happens when you like paint terrain, like grass, like you paint terrain, and so it's really frustrating. It's a weird bug to have in the game this late in development. Like, this game has been in development for many, 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 many years. Why is this bug still prevalent? I don't understand. But yeah, so I want to go through, smooth out the terrain, so it's just ready for making fields. But once you have your fields in place, I'm assuming you can just save your courses, right? You just generate a course, and you can just save the field and the course for, say, harvesting. You just have that. Every time you harvest, you can just pull that up and use that.
Assuming that you have the same harvester and everything.
Sure.
So,
but then you could save one for rock picking. You just have, you know, 2 rock pickers, because those rock pickers are 20-meter wide rock pickers. They're super nice. Those new rock pickers. But yeah, the horseplay would be good for rock pickers, because they can't really. They work. You can hire workers, but you can't do headlands. They just don't care. They don't keep track of what they've already done. So it's kind of hard to do that. All right, so we are going to save it. There's an auto save that's important.
I'm gonna stop moving while that happens.
Sculpting, soften, grow this, make it strong. All right. All of these ridges are bad. This hill is just unfortunately superfluous. And I don't want to level I don't want to level the hill, because that would eliminate rocks from spawning in there. So that would not be good. But let's go this. So all this will do is just flatten this out. So you've played FS19. How different was the smoothing tool? I've heard a few people say that the smoothing tool was much more superior in FS19. So for some reason they changed it for 22, but
if I remember correctly, yes, the smoothing tool was a lot better and stronger in FS19. The main changes between FS19 and 22's terrain editing was they added that ramp function. But for the most part, I can't I guess. Yeah, that they added that sloping function, but the soften tool was much better than it in the last one. It's been so long since I played the old one. I'm trying to remember what it was like.
because the one thing that this tool doesn't do, and the one improvement they could make on it, so I was just assuming that it was able to do it in 19, like the change that they made, was the soften tool in this one does not ever raise the terrain. It only lowers terrain. And that is where I could see an efficiency is if you're over, let's say the brush, right? The big brush is over a dip. So there's a dip there's a little dip or groove in the ground. And if you have your brush over it, it doesn't, like the middle of the dip, it doesn't raise it up. It only lowers the surrounding terrain. It doesn't actually like average the terrain. It only lowers it. And the one efficiency that I could think of, the one thing they could do to make it better is to have it actually raise the middle, like raise that terrain. And I mean, programmatically, it would really be easy to do. All you would need, let's say you take whatever brush size you have, and you have, let's say you have 10 spots. So picture the brush. Picture 10 random points. You have the center, and you have like 9 points just average. You have you have to have one on the edge. Like you just have 9 points, 10 points in that brush. And all the brush does is it pulls those points, and it says, what is the terrain height at these 10 points? And then it just averages them. It adds them up, divides it by 10, and that's your average height for the entire brush. And all the brush does is move all of the voxels, all of the corners of all of the terrain that it's averaging. It just moves them ever so close to that average value. That is what I see as the ideal form of this brush, because then it would.
Why it doesn't do that?
Yeah, then it would actually raise, because the values that are lower than that average, it would slowly. You don't have to do it fast. You would slowly raise them up. Any values above it, you would slowly raise or slowly lower them down, and as a result, you would actually smooth the terrain. I see that as a far more like efficient way of doing this. And the different brush sizes, all you would need to do. Wow, there's a big gap in the grass right there. All you would need to do is the different brush sizes. You would just have a translation on that pole, right? The 10 spots would all be an offset from the center. You'd have a 0 offset for the exact center, but they would all be offset depending on the size of the brush. And then you could make the brush even bigger if you wanted to. You can make the brush huge.
And that is one of the things, especially for painting. I don't understand why you can't make the brush even bigger.
Well, there's certain things. I mean, we have, you know, we have the free iteration of the brushes. We have landscaping that is free, but I'm sure that if you had to pay for such a thing, that it would cost an absolute fortune to change the landscape.
Oh yeah. Without the free landscaping tool, yes, changing the landscape around and painting can get very expensive very quickly. It is quite scary.
I don't think you were, yeah, you weren't here for the last stream, but one of the things I wish they would do for the next iteration, I wish they would embrace the sort of mining aspect of the game and actually make the terrain more or less voxelized, but similar to how Captain of Industry does it, right? So there are layers of ground, but you only expose those layers after you dig down, right? So like Captain of Industry, there are definitely layers to the ground. Each, I want to say, I don't know if they're meters. It seems to be their meters, the way that they do it. But every layer has a flag of what kind of terrain it is, and you know, it would probably increase the file size of the maps because it's a lot more data to store. But it wouldn't be. It would be quite a lot of data, actually. It would be every square in the map would have to be many data points, depending on how thick the map is. So it would be kind of rough to do it. It would radically increase the base landform size, but you could then generate terrain. Oh, I hate this dip right here. I don't know how to get rid of this. I don't want to raise terrain, but this dip right there, it's just not. Yeah, I'm gonna have to raise it. But you could, you know, have a custom map where you could then, again, customize the types of land underneath. So you can make a coal mining map. You can make an iron mining map. You could make a limestone mine. Like, you could make a bunch of different kinds of terrain. Because everything is dictated by the map. Like, all the fill types, all that stuff is really controlled by the map. But yeah, if they embraced it, I think it would be very cool if they embraced the mining aspect, because then you could have machines that you could come back and, instead of, you know, using these landscaping tools, you would actually have machines to do it. You'd have to go in and get road graders and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah. And I did tell you about that one mod, Terraform, that essentially allows you to do that.
Right, and I downloaded the entire, like, FS mining pack, because they have some brilliant machines in there. I haven't looked at them yet, but I really want to go through all the machines, because there's like 100 and something machines in that mod.
There are some phenomenal ones in there.
But yeah, it looks like they did a good job. I downloaded all the FDR stuff too. These done a really good job. Yeah, there's another massive dip around, and this is where that averaging would help. I can't raise that, and by raising it, coming in here and raising it like this eliminates rocks from spawning. So unfortunately, I have to do this. And that is a bug that I can't figure out why it still exists. I don't know why.
That is a good question.
Why terraforming eliminated this? They're completely separate. What's weird is they're completely separate, like files. They're completely separate, like map files. The terrain does not have
nothing to do with itself.
Yeah, the terrain has nothing to do with the stone overlay. Like the stone is its own thing, and I don't understand why one has to do with the other, but
I could potentially understand it if for some reason the game actually had like normal 3D, or well, not normal, but terrain that could be affected in a 3D manner without using the terraforming tool, but the way that it's made, that is the only way to change it, and that shouldn't affect the stone mapping. Weird.
yeah, there's a couple dips in the big field that we have. I did a harvest on that yesterday at my test world, and there's a couple little spots where there's a dip like that, and the harvester
has a hard time.
Well, yeah, it's sort of when it goes up the dip, the harvester goes above the crop, and so there's little gaps in the harvest. So I've been keen on trying to fix all of those. Yeah, because here's kind of another one here, but this one I think I can basically smooth out around it. It's just the severe ones, the gentle slopes. The game is fine on, but all right. So I think I smooth the heck out of that. Let's go here.
What would be nice is if there was a debug setting where you could essentially see the a height map on your thing, so you could make sure that there aren't any radical numbers there.
Yeah. Need to take out all the trees on the south part of this plot now. Grab the truck and pick up all these logs. What do you think all this wood is going to be? I'm going to guess 2.6 million is what I'll have after.
It's going to be a lot of wood.
Blip, blip, blip. Blip, 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 blip. Out of my way, log. Damn it. Ah! Oh, 1.2. 0.5. What did I say? 2.7?
I'm guessing 3.
Okay. 1. Oh, this is 2. There are a lot of Berthas in this pile. Holy Moses, look at them all. That's 30, what is that, 36,000 each? Ha-ha! 2.7826 million. 2.78. So basically 2.8 million wood out of all of that.
This is a lot of trees.
Yeah, there's a bunch of trees down here. Asad started the process. All right, so all of this is done.
Oh, I thought I saw something.
Ta-da!
That'll mess up your tractor.
Yeah, it messes up the royally messes up the mower when you do those.
Oh yeah, it
The
does.
mower is just like plink. It's just yeah.
Well, it's funny because it's a small object which doesn't have much mass, but it's immovable, so the mower does not react well when it
Yeah,
hits it.
yeah, it's basically a giant ship anchor when you hit that.
I have a feeling that we will not need any more wood after this alone.
Well, I don't know if you were here. What I'm basically kind of resigned to is, come on. There it is. Is as we fill the trailers up with wood, we're just gonna park them. We're just gonna park them off the side. We're not gonna process it because on my test world, I have largely only processed wood because I've been trying to clear farmland, so I've been gathering a ton of wood. I am up over $500 million on my test world, and I have maybe harvested 3 times of an actual farm. So like I just knew like if we actually want to do farming, and make farming the goal, then it's gonna be very hard to accomplish that if we're doing so much wood, because wood, we would easily, if we made furniture and all of the things, we would easily like get the task done with wood if that's all we did. So what I want to do when I do an update on this map itself is drastically, edit the economy and drastically lower the value of furniture, prefab walls, those kinds of things. Just like they're just too valuable.
Especially because of the abundance of wood in the map. If you had to plant the trees and spend the time,
right, and that was the point. Is like I grossly underestimated how much wood was on this map with all these trees. Like when I was building the map, I had no idea. I had no idea how much wood these trees would even give because I hadn't put them in the map yet, and I hadn't harvested them at all yet. So it was like, once I got in here and I realized just how much wood, these were, I was like, oh man, this is gonna be crazy. There's 24,000 trees on this map, and they're all, or most of them, are these big monster trees. So, it was like, I went a little overboard, but that's fine. I mean, you live and learn, and that was a learning experience for me.
I don't know if it's better or worse, the not being able to use the tree harvester on some of them.
Yeah, I really wish. I know one of the big trees, I actually am able to use the tree harvester, and maybe on the Douglas fir I was able to use it. Which is why they all report as either spruce or pine, because that's the split type. I don't know how to add my own split types.
Yeah.
I did a lot of searching to try to figure out how to add my own split types. There's literally no information. Giants gives no information on how to do that.
Guess I gotta keep the secret alive somehow.
Yeah. Well, they say it's, I look in the SDK and they say it's possible. They're like, users can add their own split types, but there's literally no, like, how to add your own split types. And unless you give the community at least some guidance, nobody's going to know how to interface with your API. Nobody's going to You know, yeah, you have an SDK, but if there's no documentation for it, how do you expect people to, you know, actually use it? I just don't. The stuff that people know how to do already with the XMLs and stuff, I mean, basically either guessing or cracking into the files and being like, all right, well, we're just going to secretly look at how they did this in the base game. And we're just going to, you know, not tell anybody how we did it. And that's going to be that.
Secret squirrel stuff.
Yeah, there's a trunk up here that you're hitting, which is why you're...
Oh, though. That would explain it. Yeah, I was just trying to drag this end over.
But yeah, like, most of the XML stuff is, like, undocumented. Like, there are so many things in XML that is just, like... and scripting, like, very little information on how the scripts work. Like, yeah, you can look up you can look on the Giants site and see, it'll run you down like all the different code classes, all the Lua classes and stuff, and all the procedures and functions therein, but it doesn't really tell you how everything ties together.
This one tree has a weird thing where you fall through the trunk halfway up it.
Yeah, I don't know. I look. The file is fine. There's no indication as to why there's a gap in the collision there. Because the trunk is all one. It's all one object. It's all one cohesive object. And so I don't know why that gap exists, because it doesn't exist in the 3D model. Yeah, a lot of the stuff I had to just kind of grind my way through, learn by trial and error, and all like here's another example of like so little guidance given. When you make a building and you have, let's say it's a silo, or say it's a production building. Well, you need to unload material into that production building or silo. So there are little triggers. You have a little invisible box. That is it's a box. It has collision, but it is not like the wall of a building where you run into the wall and you stop. It's a invisible box that has collision, and it's marked as a trigger. Well, the specific type of trigger that it is actually comes from the collision masks. So when something collides with the trigger, the calculation behind the scenes is like, well, what's a collision mask? Well, the collision mask is literally a bit flag. Literally 32 individual bit flags. And there's no information as to what the bit flags are and what they mean. And the only way that I know what the bit flags are is somebody posted and said, here's what the bit flags are. They actually had to look in one of like, I don't know what file they had to look into, but they had to like drill into the map. You can make your own pile if you're far enough away. You can have many, many piles. It's just really handy to have a pile so the truck can just drive by and grab them. But
it's also fun to see just how big that pile can get.
Yeah, you can have a pretty large amount of wood in one pile. Oh. But yeah, all the bit flags, there's a bunch of flags that are depreciated, so they're not used. They were used in like FS19 that they're not used anymore. And it's like, where do those flags come from? How are you supposed to know what those are? Well, you just hope that somebody in the community dredges them up and finds what they do. Because there are flags, there's a flag for a vehicle. So the collision will be a vehicle and not anything else. And there's a collision flag for dynamic objects, which is basically like pallets. So depending on what the trigger is what the unload. And there's a bail trigger. Like there's just triggers for all the things. And if you didn't know, if you didn't have that, at least a list of what the triggers are, there's no way you'd be able to finish the building, because it would be like, you'd make a nice little looking building, but then you wouldn't be able to interact with it. There's a trigger for a player when you walk up to that exclamation point, and it gives you the option, press R to store wood. That's a trigger. That's a player trigger box. That's a special type of trigger object. What's called a wood trigger, and it's just like, none of that stuff is documented. None of that stuff, they explicitly tell you how to do it. So, it's like, yeah, they have modding, but they do the absolute bare minimum support of their modding community. It's just unfortunate. And all the stuff they hide behind DLC encrypted files, like, it's just sad. But people persevere. They get stuff done. There's plenty of mods for the game, even though there's so many hardships around it. People will, just like me, I just ground my way through it. I think the most unfortunate part about the whole community is the shady websites that the mods are on. I think that's more crippling to the community than anything. If somebody's looking for a mod, like the specific mods or specific maps, when you come across some of those sites that are just like nothing but ads, and there's just ads, they're trying to trick you. They're trying to trick you with download links where they're actually ads that say download. The only other type of site that I've ever seen that level of nefarious stuff was on like the Pirate Bay. That's the only other like type of site that I've ever seen stuff to that level of like cringe. And it's like, this is just a game for farming, and why are all these sites so shady?
About it.
Like, why are they so shady? It doesn't make any sense to me why this game has such really crappy, like, oh man, it's just cringeworthy. I don't understand how the community has devolved like that for this specific game. I mean, look at like Skyrim, one of the most modded games in history. Literally. Like, Nexus Mods is the primary location that you get Skyrim. And yeah, it has some ads, but it's not. It's
like
not.
that. They're not predatory ads.
Yeah, they're not like misleading or predatory or scam. Like give you the whiff of this is a scam sort of things. It's like, yeah, there's some advertising, but Skyrim mods, which is their bread and butter. That's where Nexus Mods. That's where they really got big.
That I did not know.
But some of those mods for Skyrim are enormous. You have a server system. You have a 500 meg mod that you're storing. Well, you have to pay for bandwidth. You have to pay for storage. You have to pay for that. So you need some sort of income. You need some sort of ads. So they have premium options, of course. But for the free version, you're gonna get ads. That's fine. But for Farm Sim, like, what the hell is going on with these
And I mean,
sites?
I am thankful that Farm Sim that Giants provided the in-game mod hub available, which very few games that are so heavily moddable I've seen have such an easy to access and utilize in-game modding system. But of course, that is still limited to only the approved mods.
Right, because they go through a testing process, and they're pretty. I mean, they've gotten pretty good from what I've seen of accepting and testing mods that they may not approve of as far as like gameplay, like the Cheaty Colossus mod and
Yeah.
Lumberjack mod. Like these really kind of go against the flavor of realism that they're going for in the base game, but they still test and put the mods up on Mod Hub, so that's good for them. Maybe they're learning that a lot of players don't play the way that they maybe want them to, but
There are also those mods that make it even more grindy and realistic. And they
Right.
allow those ones
and
too.
they definitely they allow those like Maze Plus or whatever.
Mhm. And I think the biggest thing holding back the modding community on that side is the fact that you also have to allow console mods, and
Right.
PlayStation doesn't allow the scripting mods necessarily.
Right.
So that really limits the type of mods that they can throw in. But of course, they have the sorting feature that lets you know if it's a cross-play compatible mod or not, which basically means can you use it on console, yes or no. And that is a nice little feature they did, but the fact that I'm still going to go with fourth party because that still seems like the best option. Those other websites that you can download mods from are like that is pretty atrocious.
Oh,
'Cause
it's
even back when I used to play a lot of Flight Simulator, Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I found third-party freeware mods for that for extra aircraft and better updated airport textures and stuff. Even those websites were not completely filled with this stuff.
yeah, they're just so bad, and the community is largely like there are some mods, some mob websites that I've gone to download where you have to like watch a video and like a video. Like there's just there's the craziest shit on there, and it's like, what the hell? What would drive a community to do things to this level and be okay with this, right? I mean, yeah, the mods that I've customized largely, I'm not submitting the mods that I'm customizing for approval because I'm not the one who made the original mod, right? I'm just customizing somebody else's work, and I don't claim credit for any of that. All I did was tweak the, either the recipes or the design, or, added a few more palette outputs for the Uber production side of things. And so I'm just customizing some mods, and I don't want to put those out there for everybody. So yeah, if you want the map or any of my customized mods, then it's behind like a channel membership or a Patreon, right? And then you can get the link to download them all and do it that way. And that allows me to kind of justify spending the time that it takes to do these mods. Is to get a little, get a couple dollars here and there. But I would never dream of doing like really predatory advertising or really like this video and download
And
them.
you might be able to download the mod.
Like that's just so stupid. Like how do you look at that and go, well, people obviously love my content because look at all the likes on my video. It's like, no, that would be the opposite of that. Is look at all the likes on my video and they're only doing it because they want to download this specific mod or this script. And it's like, well, then what are you doing with that data, right? You're obviously not drawing viewers because your content is awesome. You're drawing viewers because you're literally forcing them to like your video. Like, At that point, it's not good feedback, right? Nobody is going to give you good feedback at that point. It's like, oh, you're forcing me to watch this. Yeah, I am not gonna, I'm gonna do this because I want to download the file, but that doesn't mean your content is awesome. Yeah, 75-ton log, not the trigger area for the trailer is around the lower side of the trailer. It's not above it.
Yeah, that particular log was giving me issues. I would let go of it, but it wouldn't actually let go. So when I turned around, it did the thing where it threw itself.
Okay. This area up here. Go. What the hell is up with this pile of logs? Need all the butts to line so I can drive by it.
I haven't quite got done sorting all of them yet, moving them all. And of course, the hills right here have been making things a little interesting.
Yeah, one of the mods that I recently found and downloaded just for funsies, because it was kind of cool. Brand new mod that I think I saw somebody do a mod video on it, but probably at the very end. Yeah, the Crone Easy Cut Special with a Z. This thing is effing crazy. 18-meter wide swath, right? It has 3 mowers on it. 3 mowers that you pull behind the tractor.
Oh, that's a new one.
Yeah, it is a massive one, and it was on one of those nefarious websites, and I managed to get it, and then I tweaked it, which is why there's the FG on it. I increased the max speed, right? So you can go 49 miles an hour. But yeah, one of the things that it doesn't do, obviously with such a wide swath, one thing it doesn't do is put it all into one row, right? So the windrow, the one row. So what you have to do is you have to marry this thing. You have to run through it with this, and then you have to do the windrower, which is blah, 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 blah. Windrower here, there's another one that is, there it is, the Crone Swadro, which is another mod. But this thing has a 19-meter wide range, and so you run through it with this, and it takes an 18, 19-meter swath and pushes it into one row that you can then come back and grab all of the grass from. So if you're, and that would be a mountain of grass that you would be able to process.
Yes.
But
some of the base game equipment can't handle a swath of grass that is that high.
Right, but we have the Misty Cat forage wagon that would handle that. We have the quick bale. We have the quick bale, it has a big scoop on it. Like the quick bale has a really
scoop,
really big
that
scoop
mod.
on it. If you wanted
But what's
to,
funny is that Crone Squadro, once upon a time, was actually base game in like 17 or maybe it was 19, one of the two, or a few of them. And then for 22, they made it not base game, and you
What?
had to find the mod. They've done that a time or two before, yeah.
I
Really
wonder
weird.
why. Maybe it was
It
just
might be something to do with licensing.
well, they've got other Crone stuff. Once you've got a
Yeah,
license for Crone, you like unless the company was like, no, we don't want that anymore. But I mean,
I can't see why they would do that.
what's funny now is my YouTube feed, because of all of the searching, Googling, all of the videos that I've watched on modding, all the videos I've watched on the game. Now my YouTube feed is almost all like farming videos, like
Yep.
almost exclusively farming videos, which is funny how fast that changed. But look at all the ridges. Dang it. More areas that I missed. So let's do a save. There's a save. Oh my goodness. We're going to do move stumps.
Yeah, sometimes I understand why the algorithm changes your suggestions that quickly, but other times it's like, I was looking up this one thing for this one time and I found what I needed, but you don't need to suggest videos about that exact thing for the next 3 weeks.
Right. So here's a funny slash scary anecdote. I was talking to my brother here, and you know, he's very cautious about his security and his privacy, and he was like, he was out at a restaurant with one of my younger brothers who's living in the area, and they were just sitting at a table chatting about their day, chatting about, you know, what's going on in their life. They meet once a week and just sort of just catch up, and you know, it's kind of cool. And while they were outside, and they were getting bothered by some bees, and my brother just was like casually saying, "Man, these bees, I wish they'd go away." And my younger brother said, "Well, those aren't really bees. Those are actually wasps. And you can, you know, here's how you can tell the difference, blah, blah, blah." And my brother was like, "I literally don't care. Like, I don't care, like, what the difference between them is." But, anyway, my brother gets home, like an hour and a half goes by. My brother goes home, pulls up, sits at his computer, pulls up YouTube, and the very first video that's suggested to him is a video from the channel Today I Found Out, and it was the difference between bees and wasps.
Oh my goodness.
Literally, like 2 hours passed, and YouTube had already taken that conversation, had listened to it via their phones, processed it, and was able to spit out a recommendation on, here's a video about the difference between bees and wasps. And my brother was like, you know, if he goes, the technology, he's a technology guy, as I am. He's like, the technology is fascinating and extremely advanced and very, very impressive, but incredibly scary. Like the ability to not only process that conversation and be able to figure out that we at some point in the conversation we're talking about bees and the difference between bees and hornets, and then it turned around and literally suggested that exact video to me. He's like, that is a frightening situation. Because like, what else? It's listening the whole time. Like, what else? What other tidbits are they pulling out of that? I'm like, well, you didn't talk about anything like national security, did you? God only knows what deep rabbit hole, like conversations of that nature what those go
You
down
get in
to.
that rabbit hole really quickly, and that is why there are some locations where we are not allowed to bring our cellular devices
Right,
under any
like,
circumstance.
It's like these things are constantly listening to you. And it's like, well, then I have to rethink every conversation I've had with my dad, because my dad loves to bring up topics that are like, why are we talking about this? Like, this is an awful conversation to have in an open-aired environment.
Oh man. Care to guess what we are at?
Well, once you pick those up, it's going to be probably close to 4.
Yes. 3,964,000.
We go.
I was really expecting it to go and surpass that 4 million off of that, but
All right. Now that we have all the logs picked, what we're going to do is move stumps one more time. It should be 0. Yep. And now to remove logs. 21 logs. What it's actually determining as a log is actually those little wedges, which is why you want, after you pick up all your logs, why you want to remove logs, because those little wedges are around. I've even found them after I've done the remove logs. So it doesn't actually remove all of them sometimes if it finds one that it can't quite figure out what to do with or whatever. And it looks like Wildman gave me a much wider swath here. So
yeah, I was
might
going to
wanna,
say, how much further do you want to go? Because I saw this over here, and I'm like, oh boy, if we go this far, we will be here for quite a while.
Well, I really wanted to get this area over here done, and ready to go, and I can come back. We can now mow it because I've already done all the meadow. If you want to just, I don't know, fill up, start at this end and just start killing the trees as you go back until that truck is filled up. And then once the truck is filled up, we can kind of just park it, and I can buy another one. And
That's the start.
all these itty bitty trees can go. I'm not gonna. Oh my god! Come on! Don't do this to me again.
What is it doing?
It's like jiggling the. It's the when you do that, it's like the chainsaw like jiggles, like it just.
Oh, I see it now.
It's just
Yeah,
it's a sync issue. It's a multiplayer sync issue where it's something.
Yeah, unfortunately, this game sure does have its multiplayer syncing issues. Oops. Dropped a tree or two on top of it. Just from cutting it down. Boy.
All right, let's go get the. Well, I want to pull this truck off the line. Before I start the mower. Mowing this giant plot of land is going to be a chore.
Well, I can show you how to make it go a little bit faster. If you
I mean,
want,
I know
or at least
I
automated.
I don't want to automate it at this point because it's going to be integrated into the field, and so I don't want to do course play on it right now because there's really nothing else to stream other than this. If we skip forward today, then we have a harvest. But the harvest, we can actually do the headlands and just hire that out. But yeah, I need to go to bed. Oh man.
Bathroom break, go! butchered.
6 cups of you. Oof. Anyway.
Yeah, that'll do it. Well, they kind of butchered the textures on that Crone Easy Cut special, but basically they took the Crone Swadro and removed the windrower and attached lawnmowers to it. Pretty neat the way they made that work.
Yeah, so should I use that one? To mow?
If you want to use that one, and I'll hop in the normal mower.
Well, you'd need to do the windrower.
Oh yeah, afterwards.
So
you or
let me
whatever.
ground. Let's do the mower. 49 miles an hour. I don't need to edit that at all. There's the mower. And then
Imagine if this thing had the ability to attach a trailer behind it, and you could attach that windrower.
DKT. Increase. Can't go as fast because I don't have this Swadro. What is all of design 1, design 2, design 3? What? I don't understand. Whatever. Design 2. Fine. Design 2. Nope. Let's go grab one of my beefy tractors. Where are my beefy tractors? There they are.
Tried to run me over.
Yeah, I think all those trucks.
All of these are full.
Yeah, they're all full of wood products, which is another reason.
Oh man.
I was just like, yeah, that's enough. That's enough wood.
Yeah. Yeah,
Uh,
at that point, I almost wonder if it'd be easier to just go through with the what's the name of the machine? The Kinroth Raptor, and just start deleting trees that way.
no, I don't want to resort to voiding trees. I don't. I want to have the challenge of getting rid of them, but you know, being able to just unload them into a trailer is about my limit of super cheatiness.
Yeah.
$42 meters. 19 meters. Is it 19 meters? Yeah, it's saying 19 meters. Oh wait, well, the other thing we need to do before I forget, it would help to actually purchase this land.
Yeah, perhaps. So the question is, do you want to worry about swapping it at this moment, or wait until all the mowing is done?
Well, I want to get ahead of you, so you don't have to. Yeah, you don't want to just do it right away because. Oh, that took a little while to stop. All right. Here.
Of course, there's the fact that you are going to move a lot faster than I do.
Well, not really, because we'll be limiting I'm gonna be limiting my speed because I get the wobbles.
Oh yeah.
25 is about the limit of pretty much any machine that I've ever seen.
Yeah, unless you're playing on a nice flat map.
Well, even then, I ran into on the Michigan test map, I ran into the same issues of, yeah, I had to limit my plows, everything down to between 20 and 25, because I would get massive wobbles, to the point where the AI was just like, "Wah!" just going all over the place. I was like, okay, that's not gonna work. All right, now I'm gonna try to limit it here. One of the cool little sort of exploits that you can do on the map is you can like mow and even windrow past the border of land that you own, as long as the machine that you're doing. So that windrower that Coffee has is a 19-meter wide swath. Well, if your tractor and the center of that thing is in your land, but it hangs way over into somebody else's land, you can still pull that stuff into your land. So as long as the machine itself and the tractor is in your land, you can access land that isn't yours. It's kind of interesting. So as long as you line it up right. I'm just doing a basic headland now, so that makes it easier to turn around. Yeah, this is hanging way over the line. Well, not really. I guess I'm very, very close to the line. And I saw one of the YouTubers I see, DJ Gohan. Somebody made him a custom mod. It was a windrower that also tedded everything.
Mm-hmm.
So it not only windrowed, but it tedded it too. And I was like, oh man.
That'll be a useful one.
I don't know, like how to. I don't know if he posted that. I wasn't watching on the platform. I was able to see the description, but I'm assuming he's kind of like me, where his custom mods are channel members or patrons, whatever.
Mm-hmm. That's not right. How do you lower the width of the auto drive again?
I think the keyboard way to do it is you hit Control C to bring up the vehicle control, and then you hit X to detect the width.
There we go. Okay.
I have a key. There is a way to map directly detecting width, and I have that mapped onto my joystick.
Yeah, it was mapping this one like 22 meters or something like that.
Yeah, every time you hook up a new machine, it's whatever the width was. So 22. That's probably the plow was the last thing I used on that tractor.
Okay.
So every time I get into something new, I always have to detect the width, which is why I mapped that to my joystick. I use that key a lot.
This windrower might be a problem.
Why?
The hills. The wings are getting caught on the hill, and it's dragging the whole windrower left or right. Yeah.
Weird. That doesn't do it on mine.
Yeah. Although yours might not have the same collision aspect going on.
Well, if worse comes to worse, you can grab the Misty Cat
trailer
and just grab, because that is a 20. I think it's a 20-meter collection area.
Yeah, that would do it.
Even though it's not nearly as wide. I was hoping the windrower would work. Darn it. Maybe I don't know. Maybe a different kind of windrower. I don't know.
Possibly, yeah.
I didn't anticipate the hills doing anything, because I haven't really had that big of a problem at all.
Yeah, with them.
I was even able to plant these fields with the DB120.
Nice. Yeah, I mean, the only difference really here is if you want to try and turn it into hay or not.
No, we don't need to turn it. The factory does that for us.
True. Which is a nice little thing.
Does terraforming cost you anything? No, I've got a mod that terraforming is free. And I mainly have that mod because I knew I was going to have some issues with those ridges, where areas that I missed smoothing. So I knew I was going to have a lot of smoothing that I needed to do, because it was very, very hard to see those areas in the editor, so I knew I was going to have a bunch of those to have to do. So I needed it to be free, because it would have been millions and millions of dollars just to get the map usable. But when I do my prairie version of the map, when I do that one, I will try to make sure I go through and make it so you don't ever. It'll still be hilly. It'll still be rolling hills. But it'll be. And here's the cat. Of course. Come on. I'll try to make the land. It'll still be, rolling hills, but it won't be as hilly. I'll try to even it out a little bit so you don't have any of those big pressures. Are you going to come up and jump in my lap or not? Or is she just going to sit down and stare at me? It's not even close. Not even close. Is your watch off, Cat? Huh? Is your time off?
Must be.
Yeah, I think what was it, yesterday? No, the day before. I mowed this whole thing, and I think I got around like 2 million liters of grass. I think. Not 100% sure. And again, if you in this map alone, you get a decent harvest of grass when you do the meadow. This is technically meadow that we're harvesting. But if you planted grass and you cultivated it, and if you fertilized it, you get a higher yield when you do that. God, all these keys are way too close to one another. Control W, V, B. I should be using my joystick. The swapping back and forth between joysticks and keyboard this week was annoying. So, it didn't end up. You just went away. And we're not even halfway done with this field. This is a lot. This is a big field.
What do you think about that controller that I had posted in
the new one?
A while ago? Yeah.
Yeah, I saw a couple channels cover that, and I mean, it looks cool as long as the build quality is good enough. I mean, if it's just another plastic monstrosity, then I'd be on the fence about the price that they're asking for it.
Yeah, that's fair. I do have a controller for them for the Nintendo Switch. Basically, it makes those tiny little Joy-Cons that Nintendo provides and replaces them with something that actually has some ergonomics to hold, which is nice, but that's the only experience I have with that company.
Yeah, so it all comes down. It would all come down to the build quality. Like, how good is this thing built? Is it just awful? Because that's a lot of money to put down on a controller that's literally for like really designed for a single type of game. I mean, I know they worked with Giants to get the best possible.
Pretty sure it's the first steering wheel setup that I've seen that actually has a blinker / light control.
Oh, I know. That was crazy. The blinker thing, like, I don't use them in the game. I don't know why that. I mean, yeah, you can like turn the blinkers on and off. And there's
the fact that it's in there.
Yeah, there's flashers. I don't know how to turn the beacon on though. The
home key on your keyboard.
Home? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, that's cool that those exist. The steering wheel with the analog controls was cool. It's just a lot of infrastructure to have around your computer, and my computer especially, like, I use a lot of it for programming. And so none of that stuff I would want to have permanent place, which is why
so you'd use it and then you'd want to remove it so you could go back to doing other things, and that's the issue that I have with that is I don't have that whole setup right now, even though I have the farming sim one, the older Saytech Logitech one, but I hardly ever use it because it's such a pain just to put back on and off whenever I want to play this game or swap to a different game.
Right, and that's why I mean, the two joysticks I have literally Velcroed to a board. And so as a single unit, I can move it off to the side. I don't even have to unplug them. I just move it off to the side, and it's good to go. I'm scared of unplugging them, because plugging them back in, are they going to map themselves? Is the same device going to be... Is the game going to see the same device in the same place, or all the keys going to be... Like, I just didn't want to mess with that.
Yeah,
So...
will it map it backwards? Because it'll see controller 1 and controller 2, and then it might, you know, swap it and start up controller 2 first. I don't remember if, the way it treats that. I think it is okay. I forget, on those joysticks that you have, is there a switch on the bottom side of it that lets it determine if it's left or right stick?
Yes, there's a switch for left and right hand. Yes.
In that case, then you don't have to worry about it. It will do everything the proper way, no matter which way you plug them in.
I mean, that's the hope.
I have had that set up before, and it does work.
Okay, well, that's good. But anyway, I just move them off to the side, and they're kind of out of the way. And if I want to move them back, it's just a simple matter of just kind of moving them back. I don't have to redo anything.
That's one of the reasons why I recommended those ones to you. With this new controller setup, though, I hope they have the option to sell it with just the side panel stick. I don't necessarily need to get a new set of pedals and steering wheel. I think just that side panel would be nice.
I might do that, but I would guess not. That they want to get to the most amount of money, and packaging them all into one gives them the ability to have the highest MSRP on it. So, I mean,
and because I can't recall if Logitech / Saytech, when they first came out with their setup, whether they always offered it separate, or it was only in a bundle at the beginning.
I mean, if you got it, you could send me the steering wheel and pedals.
That's true.
I already have the joysticks, you know, whatever.
Yeah,
I don't even know.
American Truck Simulator or something like that too.
Yeah. Well, it's a shame that game isn't multiplayer. Oh my god, I did it again.
American Truck Simulator is multiplayer.
Since when?
I think it's been multiplayer for quite a while, or at least I know Euro Truck Simulator 2 is. I think American Truck Simulator is.
Maybe. Nobody else has ever owned it. I mean, I bought it so long ago. It's crazy when I think back. Like, my very first 7 Days to Die series, very first time I played that game, I did a custom, like a massively custom introduction. Massive. I worked 12 hours on this little, like, 2-minute long introduction. And part of that was recorded in American Truck Sim. There's a part where it starts up and you're literally driving a truck and you're listening to the radio, and there's like an emergency thing. I did this whole this whole scenario. I built this whole introduction. I'm very proud. It was one of the highest, like, production levels of videos that I've ever done. And it was the introduction to the first 7 Days to Die series. And like, nobody commented. Very few people even registered that it was a highly custom introduction. But
I just double checked on the Steam page. Yeah, American Truck Simulator does have online co-op, so yeah.
I mean, talk about, like, not having a lot to do in a game. I mean, that's literally driving from A to B.
Yeah.
I could not imagine trying to do, like, a stream with that and then trying to keep it, like, engaging. Keeping people's attention, because it would be like, all right, we're picking this up and we're dropping it off there, and basically do that over and over again. And I know that farming sim is, you know, there's a lot of similar, same sort of stuff, but at least there's a lot of different tasks you can You know, there's even logging, there's farming, there's mowing, there's, you know, planting and harvesting and production, and there's a lot of other weird miscellaneous stuff that you can do.
Yeah, now that we got you with the 2 joysticks set up, maybe we should get you to try Construction Simulator.
You know, I've seen a couple people in the Patreon pilot playing that, and
that one's also multiplayer.
well, I would imagine it would have to be. I just don't know how abstract it is, like, because what I don't want to do is I want to feel like I've got a job working construction.
Yeah.
Because I've literally had jobs working construction, and it wasn't a glorified game, and it was just like, okay, well, this is work now.
Yeah.
So
with the Construction Simulator, one of the things that you can do when you pick up a contract, you can decide on just how much work you want to do with said contract and make the level of detail of your work go more or less in depth. So that can lessen the load, and then also if there's a certain part of it that you don't want to do, you can just essentially contract it out so someone will do it for you. Like sometimes some of the excavation things, it takes a long time and it gets annoying, so I'll just contract that part out. But I will say the digging mechanics in Construction Simulator are arguably the best mechanics that I've seen in a game.
the best dig mechanics you've seen
like
any?
excavator or front loader or things like that. Yeah, I would say it's arguably the best mechanics that I have seen in a game.
Why? What about them is this just like?
So like when you're taking a scoop of dirt with the excavator bucket and you're curling that bucket into the earth, it's not just like deleting from the earth and adding to the bucket or doing voxel things, but it also pushes the ground around it up and out when your bucket is full and a whole bunch of other stuff. The way it works, it's a little hard to describe, but the way they do it is pretty realistic and it works well. But it doesn't feel entirely grindy either. You're just wasting your time with it. There is few games that, because I believe it still uses a voxel-based terrain system for your digging. Yes, I think so. But it works pretty well without falling all over the place or being very glitchy.
Well, that's good.
So, but also, unfortunately, with that game is, yeah, it can get pretty repetitive because all the construction jobs, I mean, they more or less all have the same steps, like, you know, smooth out the dirt, dig a trench, dig a hole, dig a basement, pour some concrete, move some pallets of stuff from point A to point B, and yeah.
Yeah, this is just like in farming sim. I mean, there's a finite number of tasks to do. But at least with this game, you know, those number of tasks has a little bit of variety. I mean, depending on what you're harvesting, you're gonna have different things that you need to pay attention to. You know, different headers on your combine, different types of combines, different distribution of what to do with the soil, and
we just need Farming Simulator and Gold Rush and some of those other games and Construction Simulator, all that just to be thrown together in one big game.
yeah,
No,
like why?
good.
Yeah,
Throw in SimCity and Transport Fever as well. Just one ginormous simulator game that would probably take up several terabytes of space. Oh, speaking of some games, they just announced Train Simulator number 4. Or Train Sim World 4.
really?
Yes.
That game is like, I've seen you and other people play it. I'm just like, you know, one of the reasons that game doesn't really appeal to me is you're never really surprised by where you're going.
No, you're not. And in the rare cases where they try and surprise you with something, it's usually because there's a thunderstorm and there's something on the tracks and it blocked your way. Oh no, you can't go that way anymore. Guess you're reversing your direction. Not turning around, obviously, because you're in a train, you can't. But, you know, reverse your direction, stop at the nearest place, and that's it. Good job, you finished. But, one thing that Dovetail is finally figuring out with this next iteration, and this is the only reason that I am okay that they are so quickly going on to the next game rather than just giving us some more DLC for the current one, is they are finally making it so people can create using the Unreal 4 engine their own routes and locomotives. So basically they're opening the game up to modding.
Well, that's good.
Previously, the only option that you had was they had a livery designer where you could change the skin of your train to make it look, you know, whatever way, whoop-de-doo, and then they had a route creator where you took all the base game routes and locomotives for that route, and somebody would create a custom mission for it, like whoop-de-doo, nothing really crazy there. But now they are finally adding in the ability to mod in your own stuff, because before that game was so locked down, there was no modding available for it at all. Like, yeah, no extra routes, no extra trains, nothing was available to be modded into the game. They had it so locked down.
That's too bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's good that they're embracing the community, because
yeah, because the older versions of back when Microsoft, before Dovetail picked it up, when Microsoft kind of did the whole train simulator thing, that was heavily moddable, just like the older Microsoft flight simulators were heavily moddable. And yeah, it's nice that they're picking that up. It's just a kind of a bummer that, because Train Simulator World 3 came out in 2022, and so they announced Train Sim World 4, and it comes out next month at like the 20th or something like that. So it was a year, essentially, of them having the one game, and then they came out with another one. So, yeah, the turnover rate is making some people not very happy about that. Yeah, because September 6th, 2022, and the next one is coming out on September 26th, 2023.
Yeah, that's rough. A little too early for that.
Yeah. But one of the things that they have done, at least with number 3, was all of the previously released DLC for 1 and 2 was available to be played in 3. So I'm assuming they're going to do the same thing with 4. All of that DLC that you may have previously bought transfers over so you can still play it in the new stuff. And they've been slowly updating those older routes to work with the new lighting engine of Unreal 4 and all that fun stuff. But yeah, there is definitely no surprises in that game of what's going on. About the most interesting aspects of it usually is the learning how to operate the different locomotives and trains, and figuring out, you know, how far away do you need to start braking before you overshoot your intended stopping point. There we go.
What
Have you
world?
gone on any steep hills right there with that yet?
That was this I might need to mod this because I didn't have that problem with the mower. So what I'm thinking the difference is the friction on the tires on this thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you can set like the coefficient of friction. So I can compare the friction on the tires on this Swadro compared to the mower, because the mower had no problem. And I just swerved on that little hill right there. It swerved way over, which I think it's the friction on the tires. Yeah, see how that curve, like, that should not happen.
And I also wonder if it has something to do with all the little wheels by the windrower itself.
Those shouldn't, those shouldn't really do anything. But yeah, the wheels on this thing should not slide sideways on a hill.
We've got 1.5 million liters of grass from all that. If I'm reading that correctly.
That was a weird sound.
Sorry, I sneezed and I tried to mute my mic, but it did not work because when I sneezed, I unmuted it. And I also scared the cat because she decided to try and get some attention, and then I sneezed.
Yeah, it's weird. There's little piles that are left over because I think these. I may have to slow it down.
Yeah.
Because the windrowers have there are XML values for how much they can actually process at a time. And yeah, you exceed that.
I have definitely tried to make the biggest possible windrow that I can with it before, and sometimes you have to go very slow to get that to work.
Oh my god, I got.
How did that happen to you?
This happened the last time too. There we go. I turn and it gets caught in the something. Something catches it. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. I know that's a mod. I'll have to compare these two because they're almost identical in like design.
Well, that's 1.6 million liters.
All right, I can go into the farm factory. Which is, I think the one on the far right.
Yeah, I just went ahead and tagged it real quick just to make it easy.
Or yeah, farm supply factory. I should. It's not the farm factory. It's the farm supply. Is the one on the far right.
Oh, you probably can't see that tag.
No, that's client side.
Nice.
All right, there's an autosave. Okay, and yeah, we got another furniture, carton roll, wood chips. So make some paper.
I'm not sure if you ever plan on doing sugarcane.
No, not on this map. Not on this game.
Yeah. But there was a forage harvester header specifically that allowed you to harvest sugarcane, and then combine that with the one forage harvester with the 6 million liter capacity. Worked out very well Because the base game sugarcane harvesting technology takes absolutely forever. It's
Yeah, because the base game is like
painful.
two rows at a time, and you're just like,
Mm-hmm. Oh, and the planter also takes forever. If you want to do any decently sized field, you're going to be there for hours.
how are we doing on this? Good. Oh, the sheep had babies.
Nice.
Yep, we got 500 more that are 0 months old. So, yeah, we are going to start. We don't really need a cotton plant harvest thing. So the sheep are probably going to be good enough.
Oh yeah.
Month.
The sheep will definitely be good enough with the amount of animals.
Yeah, the amount of animals and the fact that I had them customize the animals themselves, and the fact that hay, I've modified it so hay is 200%. And the reason why I planted sorghum is sorghums is the best food for chickens, and it gives you much better result. I just have to figure out where we want to put the chickens, because that has to be flat ground. Fortunately, they don't. The fences and stuff like this don't really work well with chickens.
No, they do not.
And then the cows. Cows are going to be rough, because that is a big building for the cows.
Yeah. Unfortunately, it is. At least there isn't a giant pasture to worry about with that building. Because I've had some cow barns that require a very large pasture. But the olfactory assaulter will be nice. Jeez.
Yep.
You haven't even got a dog.
Nope.
Okay, we need to find the mod so you can have a cat.
Yeah, probably now that we have millions of dollars. How many of these do you need to pick up in order to get the
one bonus?
No, the thing on your mini map, like to get them labeled.
I have no idea on this map.
Well, it's a base game. It's not a map based thing.
I have had some maps where it never shows up. Oh, there we go. We did something and it hit it.
Yep, there they are.
Yeah, I feel like it's 10% of them or something like that. But on Silver Run Forest, it never showed you all of them.
I thought Arm said that they did see it.
They did. Or at least on Silver Run Forest specifically, there's a way to using the Steam guides to find or to show you the location of all of them. I figure you're just doing this because we already have a ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah, we don't need to deal with them anymore. Like, I really don't want to run into them
Later on
out in the field. The ones in the animal pen, I mean, they're not going to bother anybody.
The only thing that's going to bug me is the fact that there's a bunch of little yellow dots.
Yeah, that's the only rough part about that. There's ones along the road.
Maybe I should.
tiers that I missed this morning. Tier. Trees. And I have gone around on my test world and grabbed all of them, so I know they're all available.
Oh man, there is still quite a lot to find.
Yeah, there's 100 base, so it's 10 colors
And 10 of each.
and 10 of
animal or
each.
tractor or whatever. Yeah.
There's a giant spider on the wall over here. Okay, that's gonna bother me.
Alright, well at least we cleared out the area of land that we own, so there's that.
Fish. Who's missing out on the job there? Supposed to be killing all the bugs. Or she looked at that spider and was like, "No way, screw that."
Yeah. That's a you problem.
That's a you. Yeah, that's a you problem.
I was just down in Florida, and on the base that we were at, the hotel had a little gazebo outside, so we were all chilling after getting dinner, stopped at the shop to grab some drinks, and we decided, yeah, we'll just chill at this gazebo, enjoy our drinks. And we're chilling in there for a little while, and then I see something near my buddy's shoulders, so I shine my phone light at it. I'm like, oh, that's a very large spider next to you. And the way I was shining my light at it made its shadow appear about 5 times bigger on the ceiling of the gazebo, and everyone was freaking out about it. And as if that wasn't bad enough, I look over to the other direction and I see 2 more spiders coming down from the ceiling of this gazebo, and I'm like, nope, time to leave.
Yep, I would be checking out at that point, and yeah, me, you know, I don't like spiders. I don't freak out like some people do, because I've had them on me, and I haven't wigged out yet. But so I don't like them. Period. But we have a little treaty. When they're outside, I don't mess with them. As soon as they enter my domain, then it's war. It's over. Like you enter my domain and you know your life is forfeit, as
And
they say.
that makes sense. And I mean, like, so I don't mind seeing a spider. A surprise spider, on the other hand, is a little different. When you find a spider that you didn't expect to see, that's a little different. Alrighty, well, look at that. So now is the game to try and plow this whole thing up?
You basically just to continue the other field. So the line, right? So the other field has a line. So that line needs to be carried over here, but we need to leave a gap, obviously, for the other field, because you know, until we harvest that, then we'll combine them into one.
Okay.
But yeah, we can, if we really wanted to, we could till this up, plow it up, lime it, fertilize it, rock it, and plant it with like oats. Because oats take no time at all to grow, like 4 months.
No, they do not. tried riding a horse in this game yet?
No.
Yeah, that's
Zero
one of the fun things
interest.
You can do.
Zero interest in horses. But yeah, the tough part, I can get the plow and stuff ready to rock and roll. I'm the only one that can create fields.
Oh yeah, that is true. Have fun with that.
I've gotten pretty damn good at it.
Yeah.
Um,
Well, especially because your plow can move pretty quick. But I am going to bio break, so I will be back while you decide what to do.
hard part. What I usually do when I make the field, get it ready, is I don't unfold it. I try to line this thing up. Let's go at least about a width of this back across. So it's just one trip to plow it. Kind of line it up. That's Y, that'll tell me how that square there. Oh, I think that lines it up. Let's go forward. I do one lap around about with the shorter one just so I can get my edges clean. And then I unfold it and really go ham on it. We can up the speed at least to 20. Yeah, and that remaining swath, once we harvest that and this, that swath will be just like one pass and it'll clear that out. Alright, slow down, slow. I think one more. Pretty sure. Yes. See, with this thinner row, this thinner area, the hills and stuff are less likely to cause like a zigzag on your edge. Because when you're running your line, you can hit a hill and the thing can kind of like have an uneven edge. It can still do it, but with it more rigidly on the back of the tractor, it's a little less likely than if the wings were out and you were doing it that way. Yeah, I could square them later, but, you know, part of me is just like, well, let's do it right the first time. You know, get her done. Could, yeah, very easily just come back and repaint, but you know, I'm trying to be precise, not have to come back later and fix it. That would be too Because with the brush, I tend to really not get good lines on the brush, because when you're painting with the brush, it's really easy to like get kind of crazy with the brush, like where you're pointing with the brush and where it actually paints is sometimes way off, and I haven't quite figured out the best way of dealing with that just yet. So I need to be careful here how far I go over. Because I lost where my line is. I'm not gonna farm up there. So what I use that spot there for, because we own that area around that area around the road right there. What I do is I come back and I flatten it, I level it off, and that's where I put my greenhouses. And I updated the greenhouse mod this week, and what I did is I added a variant. So I have the greenhouse, the normal greenhouse. Then I added a mirrored version. I basically copied the greenhouse, and I mirrored like the pallet output to the other side. So that way you can have a greenhouse and a greenhouse right next to one another, and the pallet output is right in the middle. You can drive the truck right up in the middle. The pallets are right there. But I need to go through basically all of my factories now that I know a lot about the balance and what I want to do for the balance. You know, I have a better idea of what my productions and what our income should be, but productions really comes down to it. Yeah, so the greenhouses definitely have a much higher production than they really should have. So that's why I haven't placed them yet. Is I need to update that mod, and lower the production down, because it's just too much. With a minimal amount of input, you can get millions of items from there, and it's just too much. So I'll be going through that mod and radically lowering the production. That way we have more than one. We're going to need more than one greenhouse to satisfy it. Because it's just not a challenge. People actually, they want to see an actual difficult challenge. Get right in there, and you, and you, and you, and you. There we go. Squared off to perfection, and we can come back. We want to overlap ever so slightly. A little bit. Let's make sure we are set. 22 meters. Oh. Here we go. So we're getting the lower level version of rocks at the moment. God, something just mouse just freaked out or what? Yeah. What's weird is, like, we collected rocks on the fields already, and I did that in my test world too. Collected the rocks as part of this process to start the field, so it's all zeroed out. And then when I go back to plow again, the rocks immediately go again. We collect the rocks like we're doing on this field. We're going to collect the rocks before we plant. And what happens is we harvest. This has happened on my test world. I harvest and then plow again, and the rocks are immediately back and red. And I don't know why. I thought they were supposed to progress. Right? I thought they were supposed to start as yellow, and then you plow again, they go to orange, and you plow again, you go to red after many seasons. But I had them go from nothing to red in one plow, which is very strange. I don't understand how that system works. Yeah, we'll have to get Coffee out here once he's back. Get Lime started. I know he's prone to just automate everything, but like, if we just hired workers for this whole process, then what is the point of playing the game, right? What is the point? There are certain times when workers are good. When you have a lot of jobs to do in basically one day, in one game day, if you have many fields, right? You have a lot of fields that you have to turn over, then hiring workers is a good idea. You know,
multitasking.
Yeah, they're good for multitasking. But if all you literally have to do is like lime a field, like then it's like, why are you hiring a worker? Especially right now, like I don't have the field plowed yet. It's gonna take us a hot minute to plow. So far, so good. I've smoothed out the land in decent amounts, so that's good. And the new rock pickers are glorious. But like I was saying, I don't know if you caught, Bobby, that those first two fields in my test world, I basically have the exact same setup. But the strangest thing, so I prep the fields. I do the fields initially the same way in both test world and this. So part of that process is collecting all of the first level rocks, all these yellow rocks. As the last thing you do before you plant. And so there should be no rocks on the field. And then you grow the harvest. And then after you harvest and then plow again, the rocks immediately come back as red, as the top level rock.
Interesting.
And that is like, I don't know why. I don't know why they don't start as yellow and then go to orange and go to red. It's like, as soon as, like, next month when we harvest that sorghum, then we'll see if this is a thing.
I think part of that has to deal with the type of plow that you are using. So if you are using a shallow cultivator or something like that, then you're only going to bring up small rocks. If you are using a spader or a plow or a subsoiler, the subsoiler in particular brings up the biggest rocks because of how deep down it goes. Although I think in the case of the plow and the subsoiler, it's pretty much the same. But yeah, the way those ones work, they pretty much bring up the biggest rocks possible. I forget where.
So this plow that I'm using now, I'm using the plow and it's only yellow, right? So Xenu is saying when you use cultivator, the level of stones will be yellow or orange, but when plowing, it'll always be red. It's been that way since I've been playing. So either I didn't notice it before, I didn't plow enough. I could have sworn on my other test world, my Michigan test world, like they would initially be yellow. I would ignore them, plant, do the whole thing, and then the next season I would do it again, and they would be either orange or red. But they never immediately appeared as red. So anyway, it is what it is. I mean, we still now that we can collect the stones at a much faster rate. Before, with those other like 9-meter machines, it's just for these big fields, it just took forever. But with those 20-meter ones, you know, you get 2 of these on either side of the field. It goes fast. They go fast.
Yeah, especially because of the fact that the original 9-meter ones that we were using were so slow before they were modded. So yeah.
Yeah, they based like 9 miles an hour or 6 miles an hour. I was like, oh man, it's gonna take.
You also throw in the fact that before your factory that utilized stone, there was really no need for it. Yeah, sure, there was factories that created lime from stone, but it was not a very significant amount. It was never enough to offset the amount of lime that you actually need for a field.
Yeah, now field stones is basically a small supply of stone that I have. Like, the most stone we get comes from metal processing. So I wanted to make sure we had a supply of stone, a pretty reliable supply of stone.
Yeah. In most of my games, I end up just turning off the field stone, just because.
What?
Well,
what?
Because I didn't have any of the modded vehicles that actually make it worthwhile doing it, because otherwise I would spend, 5 hours removing the field stone from one field, and that wasn't even on a 4X map sometimes. They were just huge. It would just take so long. Yeah, it was not worthwhile. But, yeah, I would recommend removing the field stone before liming so you can still see it. I think liming it,
No, well, here's the order of operations on a new field. You plow it, naturally. You lime it, you fertilize it, then you rock pick it.
Okay.
Then, when you come back with the seeder, because when you fertilize it and then rock pick it, it basically... it bakes the fertilization into the field. So you got the level 1 fertilization. Then when you come back with the seeder, because both the DB120 and the 1775 seeders, they have fertilizer in them that you can use. Then when you come by and plant it, regardless of what you plant, because you fertilized it and then rock picked it, the seeder comes back and fertilizes it, and it takes it to the second level of fertilization, and that means you don't have to come back and fertilize it after you get a grow cycle. It's fertilized.
Fair.
You can just ignore it until you harvest. And then, to turn over a field, depending on whether or not you need rocks, and by what I'm thinking is you have to rock pick every time, which is fine. The reason I didn't edit it out is because there's one thing I modded out, and that's rolling. I don't need to roll, right? It's just another way of getting rid of the rocks. I didn't want to roll. I think that was just a stupid thing to do. But when you harvest one of those fields, like that sorghum field over there. So one of the things I did on this map is basically almost every type of crop you can drop straw. So you can have straw swaths on pretty much every type of crop except potatoes and sugar beets. I'm pretty sure potatoes and sugar beets are the only exception, because they are very different kinds of harvest. I'm not 100% sure on sugarcane. Sugarcane might also not do it, but anyway,
sugarcane probably should not.
Yeah. But everything else can drop straw. And the best straw comes from either corn. I think corn is the best of the best as far as dropping the amount of straw that it drops. And then the second is sunflower, because, you know, there's a lot of plant material with those two crops that are unused. And I think, oh, that's a lot of straw. Anyway, everything else gives straw. So when you harvest that sorghum, you harvest, you pick up the straw, you fertilize, then you plow. After you plow, then you have to determine, our rocks need to be picked up. And yeah, as far as Xenu and everybody has been telling me, yes, rocks are going to have to be picked up. So you pick up the rocks, and again, because you fertilize, and then you come back and you alter the land again. You cultivate the land with the rock picker, or plow, because you fertilize before you plow. That first level of fertilization is baked in. And then when you come back to plant, regardless of what you plant, you get that second layer or second level of fertilization right away. Unless you have to plant, I think the only thing that you would plant that wouldn't give it to you would be sugarcane. Because I didn't edit that system at all. The planters, the harvesters, none of that has been edited. And I don't think when you plant sugarcane, that fertilizer is a part of it. I just don't think it is.
I can't recall, but of course the help menu is not complete for some reason in multiplayer. It's only showing the vehicle control add-on, so.
Yeah, all that help stuff is coming out of the map, and I basically deleted it all because
Oh, okay.
it was just like, why do I need this?
Fair.
Why it's attached to the map, I don't know. But it's the thing that adds all those random question marks on the map, where you walk up to the question mark and you hit a key and it triggers the help menu popping up, right? Like help on harvesting, there'll be a question mark over a field. Well, there's no way to get rid of those question marks unless you delete the trigger off the XML file or off the map XML file. And I was like, I don't need these random triggers around, these random question marks. If somebody's playing this map and doesn't know how to play, there are plenty of ways to learn how to play. Right, we are, yeah, there's that little spot. There's the spot, the little dip I fixed. There's another little spot right here. Not sure if that was a dip or a, what that was. I just don't understand why terraforming interrupts the rock generation.
Yeah.
Like, and it never comes back. What about that texture is corrupted to the point where it's unable to figure out where the rocks are? It's just a height map. Is there something being encoded in the stone texture, which is basically just a PNG image? It's just a bitmap, and the color is the basically the encoded values. Like, is there something about terrain modification that is encoded in the stone map that isn't documented? Like, the game just doesn't tell you, nothing in the game like tells you why that happens. But the fact that that bug still exists is just like, what the heck? This doesn't make any sense. Those are two wildly separate systems. And I don't know where Giants, the company, where they have access to the community. I guess I haven't looked to see if they have their own Discord, but they've basically stopped going onto their forum. The forum on their website it's like a ghost town. Like, nobody uses the forum anymore. So it's like where is the company? Where, you know, if they have a community manager, if they have anybody like modern game companies do, who is out there to communicate with the community, and where do they do it? Like where's their presence to ask them questions? Like, hey, what about this bug? Why hasn't this been fixed? Because that it's a very bizarre. Oh, there's an autosave.
Alright, well, I am having an interesting issue over here with the line.
Yeah, what's that?
It is not spreading evenly. There's, it's giving a little bit on the side. There's like a 10-meter wide gap, and then it's doing 20 meters, and then it's missing like 5 meters, and then doing another amount over here. It's really weird.
Use Control Z to make sure your swath is maximum.
It is maximum. It's not like it's missing on
It's probably a sync issue. Well, let me get this plow done. So at least this row. So what I'm thinking is you hopped in that machine and it's misreporting the swath because I'm looking at the map and it is not the full width.
Yeah.
Hop out here.
I'm gonna be curious to see if you have or if your screen is showing something different than mine. But yeah, I've got one little dot right here, nothing here, starts here again, nothing here, and then finishes off the rest of the width right here. And yeah, then when you hop in, it works fine. Weird.
Okay. Try it. Try it now. See if it's...
Seems to be working fine now.
Alrighty.
That's weird because I even like exited out of the machine a few times and all that fun stuff.
Good old multiplayer bugs.
Yeah. It's alright, we're pretty used to that with a lot of the games that we play.
Very, very common problem. Yeah.
Although it's hard to say if there is one game in particular that we've all played that have had the worst multiplayer desyncs.
Astro Colony.
Really?
Astro Colony absolutely did not work with multiplayer. Oz just told me that they're coming out with another big update with like dedicated servers, and I'm like, well, I hope they fixed all their all the bugs because they were the inventories wouldn't sync. So you'd put stuff in a machine and it would like not go. It would take it out of your inventory, but it wouldn't put it in the machine. It would just void the item. You would take stuff out of the machine and it wouldn't sync that up. Like it was a nightmare of sync issues with Astral Colony. Just would not work, which is why we streamed it once. Didn't work, and then we tried it again after a major update, and it still didn't work. And so I haven't tried it again since. But yeah, it was unfortunate. Kind of a weird.
Yeah.
Alright, as soon as I do this, I'm going to have you go around the field once. get the border in, and then we can fill in the middle. A lot
I
easier.
did not realize that you could use that plow while folded up.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
Hey,
This is how I do the create fields. I always fold it up, so it's a little easier to maintain and manage. When you're creating the field, like the border, when it's it's a much narrower. And the bigger version of this has the same, it's exactly the same width. It's just the wings are longer. It's the only difference between this one and the bigger version. Alright, so now I'm going to limit to fields so I don't accidentally go too crazy. Just accidentally just plow fields everywhere. It's like, oops. So lime, fertilizer, where's my... where did I park? Where? Do I even... Where is it? Wait. There it is. It was behind, that's why I didn't see it. It's hiding behind this. 48,000 liters. I think that'll be enough for this field.
would hope so.
So I'll have you go around the outside. There you go. That way I can go around the outside with this thing. Get it fertilized. Why is your lime on while you're doing that? Yeah,
When
you gotta turn it off, man. That's a lot of lime that you're like burning through.
I forgot. When you are using I'm sorry, my brain is not working at this moment. Precision farming, it detects where you've already limed and it stops applying, even if you still have it turned on.
Ah, yeah.
And then the same thing goes for fertilizer and stuff, so you don't overdo one area, so you can back up and stuff with no problem. I forgot we don't have that on this.
Oh my god, every time. Yeah, because the width on this is a little shorter than the lime, so we should still have the nice little border for where you've already limed, but try to get as much as possible done.
I like the ability to just shift the lane over.
Yeah, that mod, this vehicle control mod, has been essential to my enjoyment of the game. Essential.
It is quite good. It's funny because before I never really cared for it, but now that I've actually sat through and learned how to use some of it, it is quite useful. Especially if I don't want to do course play or a helper doesn't work in that situation.
Alright, now you just go back and forth.
9,072 liters a minute.
Yeah, it's got some healthy output there.
Mm-hmm. Oh, it's funny, if you're a little too far away from the guidance line and you're going too quickly and try and turn on the auto steer, it does not like it.
Oh man, you're reliming where I've already sprayed. Now I lost my guidelines.
Oh, shoot, I'm sorry, I didn't turn it off.
The man loves wasting lime, everybody. He's just more lime the better, I guess.
Well, how else do you hide the bodies?
God
Oh, wait,
damn.
that's lie.
Need to know where I've been already. And he even missed a spot over. Lord.
That was not me. That was the auto steer being weird.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Here we go. Now, as I am my final line here, I should be able to just ride this over. Yeah, this field is deceptively big. It may not look like it here, but it's a good sized field. We're gonna get 1.5 million oats off this.
Good, because we'll need the oats for the cereal.
Yeah, I'm like, should we go? I want to figure out what products we want to really beeline to, because it's going to take a lot of work to get to them. Cereal, we're going to need grapes, and that is a whole. I don't know what the grow time is on grapes, but I'm pretty sure it's pretty long. Like
Yeah.
the amount of months that have to go by. So might want to start those sooner rather than later on our own little plot of land somewhere.
Yeah, how much did you increase the grape production values?
The yields,
Yeah,
like 8x.
okay. Because that was one issue that I had when we were on the
Yeah,
old
you
test
mentioned.
map was.
Yeah, you mentioned that. Yeah, grapes and olives are both massively improved as far as yields go.
I like how I'm watching the stream and it's showing that there's still some trees on this field.
Yeah,
As you
the
click
lods,
them,
the lod levels are still exist until you save and exit and reload the map.
Oh.
Then it basically recalculates the lod distant trees, and it sees that they are gone, and it's like, I don't need to render these. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you've used the corn header with the harvester that we have, with the Colossus harvester, but there are some other headers that are much wider than that that might be worth modding in.
We want to be careful with that because the hills not really conducive a lot to really wide headers.
Yeah, I don't mean like super duper wide, but like the one that we have is 9 meters wide, and some of the other ones that are base game are 12 meters wide, at least. And that 9 meters wide on a large field of corn, like the other 4X map we were working on, takes a long time.
Well, yeah, when you have one harvester, when you have 3 of them, it's a little faster.
All right, all the lime is done on that field.
All right, go grab one of the rock picking wagons and start on the far side here. Just that one you can start as a worker because it's just going to go back and forth, north and south, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then once I get this other side done, once I get the field done, then we'll start the other rock picker on the east side or the west side. Yeah, start on the east side, and then I'm working my way
Downtown.
west.
West.
Yeah, I usually lime the whole field, and I come back to fertilize. But I wanted to get this part done. I have to remember to reset the width before I park this thing because I'm really bad at kind of resetting it, and then coming into a field and starting to spray, and it's only like a 6 meter wide. It's like no. I get everything set up. I start moving, and it's only 6 meters wide. It's like no, damn it. That was the last field that I did that in. I gotta reset the width. It's hard to stay on top of that. Alright. This way. Too big. We don't need this giant track. Thought I had it around here.
Another one of.
One of those little tractors like you're in?
Oh, that's a good question.
Oh, I know where it went. I know where it went. It's pulling that wood trail. So purchase medium tractor. It's a Valtra. Big engine. What? There was one that had wide tires. Maybe it wasn't this model. What model Valtra is that? Maybe that. Ooh, I think that's the Q. Yeah, Q series. Yep. Wide tires plus weights. Engine setup is beefy. Q305. Else, blue, white. Go. Right. They're only 250,000. Might as well buy 3 of them.
Mm-hmm. It'll be fun to use some of those small tractors again for the when we get into the olive olive grove and the grapevines. I'm glad that they gave a or something that made it worthwhile having those, because otherwise there is really no need for those small tractors.
And hire the worker, and you are good to go, sir. You go and do your thing. Okay, now let's go get the beefy planter. This beast. This is an absolute monster. I love it. This DB120 is so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever made this mod, I know Patrick looked it up last time, but I'll never remember the name of people, but this was many hours of work for whoever did that. Many hours of work. So I want to go down, over, higher. So I want to go. No, I want to start. It's ready? Okay, we are gonna plant oats. So we gotta watch these poor tractors. The rock picker with the smaller one on there, they can go fast, but it takes them a hot minute to stop on the other side. So let's go over here and make sure there's. I've had them unfortunately run into trees, and the AIs.
It just stops.
The AIs are just like, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, I've seen quite a few different channels that cover this game. I'm pretty sure I'm the only one that's ever had a trailer that you can load wood like.
I would have to agree.
So that is a Flexible Games exclusive, everybody. The only one willing to put the 20 hours in to make actually that work. And the fact that you have to have, like, the sawmill that I have, you have to have it supported with the sawmill. The master carpenter also supports it. I don't know. I've never tried to sell the wood at the sell station. I don't know if the sell station supports it. Because basically what you have to have, normally there's a wood trigger that has to be manually, there's a little thing you hit R on, and it grabs the wood. So you hit R and it actually runs that script to iterate through all the wood. Well, in the case of the trailer, it runs that script and it just loads it into the trailer. That's what loads the wood. But then on the other side, you need support. You need to be able to offload the wood like you would a pallet. That is what's missing from most of those sell stations. So I'm guessing wood is not in there in terms of like sellable normal. It's true. See if I can get this one to get sucked in a little over. Get the angle right, and oh, sometimes it pops right in the tree. It's clear.
Alright, I'll stop that worker. Your worker can finish up those last 3.
How much did you get? Probably not much. 20,000.
Yeah, 20,000.
This thing to unfold because it takes a hot minute.
Mm-hmm.
I actually increased the speed of this unfolding version. I customized it. I pretty much doubled the speed. Yeah, I doubled the speed at which it like does this animation.
The original one took like 1.5 minutes, 2 minutes. It was a long time. Like at one point I thought my game had frozen or crashed because it was doing nothing, and I'm like, what's going on here? Alright, do you want to unload the rock trailers right now, or just leave them for the moment?
I mean, it's not a high priority to unload them, so a little bit of overlap. I love how this thing conforms to the ground. It's so awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Auto save.
Even some of the combine harvester headers do that to an extent.
Yeah, Patrick, the last stream we had, Patrick was telling me that he played. Sometimes he plays on 16x maps.
Mm-hmm.
And so he has a modded header that's 100 meters wide.
Oh boy.
It like unfolds, it's like an accordion. It unfolds on either side.
Yeah.
And it's just like, he's like, yeah, this thing is so massive. 100-meter wide header. I'm like, yeah, you'd have to have some pretty damn flat land in order for that to work.
Yeah.
That would be like, what is? I just don't understand. Like, I understand like, so that would be funny to see, like almost like a novelty. Like, oh, that's kind of funny, kind of unique. But beyond that is like, why would you? You know, that's not really a challenge. To me, it's not really a challenge. It's just more of like, it's more of a challenge to get, you know, 3 combines with course play, 3 combines working on the same field at the same time. That is a challenge, and much more visually like interesting than a.
I feel like boosting up the yield of a map and increasing the capacity of vehicles if you're trying to do a lot of production versus having a map where it takes 10 hours to plow one field to achieve the same effect. I feel like boosting the yields and the capacity seems like a better idea.
Yeah, and that's the route I took. The yields on this map are boosted. Not, you know, not everything is boosted significantly, but I did increase the yields. Some things more than others, like grapes. Grapes are way more than everything else. Some things I raised maybe 20%. Some I raised 50%. Just because, yeah, I knew that in my test worlds with the amount of trees, I was like, we're not going to be able to plant the kind of fields. If we would have played like the Michigan map with the fields already done and everything good to go, that would have been a different, you know, a different system, different mentality. So I just wanted to have something a little bit more fun.
I get it.
Yeah, I kind of have to figure out why the Unimog tank, the chemical version, doesn't. Because we have the fertilizer producers. It just looks like 2 silos, but it's fertilizer production. So you load manure, liquid manure, digestate in, and you can make fertilizer, and you can make liquid fertilizer. But for some reason, the Unimog tank chemical version does not. I could not get it to fill liquid fertilizer at all. Couldn't get it to fill. But then I tested it, and I got that 53-foot lizard trailer mod. And there's a tank version. There's an Unreal tank version. It's like 1,000,000 liters. So I bought that, and that filled up just fine. I was able to fill that with liquid fertilizer from that. So I'm gonna have to compare
What's going on?
Yeah, the Unimog tank, because I know the Unimog tank, the fill types that it's specifying in the XML is a category instead of outlining exactly. So the category it's using is like sprayer. So I have to compare that to the test this out. We have to compare that to that lizard tank. See what the lizard tank said. Does the lizard tank like outline them individually, like liquid fertilizer, blah blah, like blah blah blah, or is it category, and is it a different category? Like those are the kind of things that takes a while to debug, because there's really there's no documentation as far as like what values to use, how to use them. Yeah. Very little help with the modding of the game itself. So now we should be seeing, the dark blue. So that indicates we are giving that last level of fertilization, and so we don't have to come back and spray it later, which is glorious.
Although it looks like we will have to spray for weeds.
Nope. Shouldn't.
When I was walking on the field, it said, or though maybe that was just one small... Huh.
I've never had weeds grow when I've plowed like this. Yeah.
No, they shouldn't. Weeds don't grow when you plow, but there's one area that I'm walking right here, and it said weeds are growing.
See where you are.
Right here.
Alright, so we're going to hire a worker on this. Yeah, there's a little spot in here that he overlapped. So, let's see. I don't see weeds growing.
In the field info, it's telling me that weeds are growing and you need a weeder to remove it.
Yeah, on field info, I don't see weeds anywhere.
Huh.
Yeah,
That's
weeds are
super
not.
weird.
Weeds
Must
are
be
not part of it.
one of those weird client-side things, then.
All right. Yeah, so once that field gets done, what time is it? Ooh. Now, the question is, do we want to, once this field is planted, which, given this planter, actually doesn't take all that long.
No, it does not.
But I usually always have to grab the 1775 because I try to stop it before when it does its last run. There's usually a sliver left, and I don't like running the big one to get that little bit of a sliver. So the 1775 literally has the same setup. So I usually grab that quick and just do the last little bit with that, because yeah, this would be a massive waste of like fertilizer and seeds just to do a little strip. Grab tractor. I don't like I like that whatever tractor is hooked up to that thing. I don't like unhooking it, because that DB120 it tends to anchor itself to the ground. It's so heavy.
Yeah, if it does one of those.
Yeah, and so you have to literally like use super strength and wrench it out of the ground in order to actually hook a tractor up to it. So I usually just leave it. I usually just leave it hooked up to the tractor.
Possibility of it launching itself into orbit.
Well, when you try to hook up a tractor, if it's anchored to the ground, the tractor will do a wheelie, because it's like it doesn't actually. I don't know why it does what it does, but that's the one complaint with that mod. It's brilliant, but when you unhook it, there's no, like, this 1775 has little feet that come down to hold it up off the ground, The DB120 doesn't do that. There's no, you unleash it and it just drops it on the ground, and it's, man. Even when I made it super much lighter. Yeah, I took 7 tons off the weight, and it still does the thing. So,
A little bit of liposuction.
yeah, it was originally 17 tons. I took 7 tons, so it's still 10 tons weight. Because you can't make it weightless. You just can't. It would not go into the ground. You need the weight to get it into the ground. Let's watch this one. Make this nice and sparkly.
Isn't that particular mod also a nice little touch?
What?
The instant wash.
Oh yeah.
I mean, of course, you could just turn the dirt off so no vehicles get dirty ever, but that's boring.
Yeah, I have dirt fast on this, so it's
Mhm.
they get dirty really fast because it looks really cool.
It does. Yeah, and then the whole paint wearing thing is a new thing they added to this version of the game. The previous version of the game, the paint and the dirtiness kind of, or sorry, the paint and the repair level went hand in hand. But now in this version, you have the paint condition and the vehicle condition as 2 separate things. And I am not still fully decided if I like that or not.
Well, it's too damn expensive to repaint it. I mean, the paint, it's like 10% and 10% off the paint, and it's 20 grand to repaint. It's like, what? Like,
Yeah.
what?
And if the paint goes all the way to 0, like the repaint cost should not continue to go up past a certain point. Like 20%, you're probably going to be repainting the entire thing anyway, so it should cost the same as if it was 100% gone, as 20% gone.
Right.
Like at below 20%, maybe you'd be doing a touch up here or there, and that should be relatively cheap. It should be, you know, a couple rattle cans and call it good.
Yeah, definitely agree with that.
But yeah, I don't know why they did that the way they did, but they did. So we live with it.
Let's get the combines ready. We're gonna need a spot. Let's see, back.
You got a tiny little John Deere excavator?
What?
One of the mods under the miscellaneous categories is this tiny little John Deere excavator, mini excavator.
Yeah. I saw that and I was like, oh, I've driven one of those.
Yeah. They're fun. Think of the say, at some point we got to make a racetrack for the buggy.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I was thinking about doing that in the base map and just having it off in the forest somewhere as like an Easter egg to find.
That would be fun too.
Like just have it, you know, where you as you explore, you come across it's like, oh, what is this thing?
Kind of like that corn maze in the one map.
Yeah.
Also, this map would be very well set up to make a ramp for that thing. That could be fun.
Boxed myself into the corner.
Oh, super strength. Get yourself out of it.
God. Yeah, I just needed like 6 more inches on one side, and that was it. And the game was just like, no, you are
just
not
needed
gonna
6
get that.
inches?
So, top. Those are set. Go. How are we doing over here? Oh, there's an autosave. Course. All right, we're a little over halfway done on the field now.
I forget, on this map, did you have the weather set up so, well, it's February, so I'm assuming no, you did not have the weather made in a way so it would snow.
I mean, I didn't really mess with the weather at all. So it is whatever the default. Again, the base of the map was a 4x template map that Farmer Bob did, and then I had to go through and strip out all the superfluous garbage that he added to it. Because the map came with like 7 additional crop types, and I was just like, oh my god, this is...
Oh boy.
Yeah, carrots and onions and poppies and flowers, and it's just like none of the factories had those, like none of them had any recipes that used any of those fill types. So I was like, and plus the if you looked at all of the texture files and all of the stuff that it required, all the fill type stuff that it required, it was like 50 megs worth of extra fluff that was needed to get those to work. And I'm like, I'm trying to streamline this so it's not big. And the biggest thing was when I added the trees. The trees took the i3D file from like, I want to say like 200K. I added the trees and it made them like 1.5 megs. Because just every tree has its own line, entry line in the i3D file, and it was, again, like 25,000 trees on this. Like, it is a lot of trees.
Every tree has its own entry line. I can't imagine how many lines of code are in that i3D then.
It's tens of thousands of lines of XML in there. All right.
Yikes.
So this line will come down. We'll reevaluate. You'll get to the end, come back. We'll see how wide, what width we have left. Should be in the range of this 1775 field. Just run that down. Should run it down right now. And we'll skip a day. Oh, we got to figure out where to put the chicken.
Oh yeah.
What I'm thinking is flattening this area. I think I originally planted this spot. So let's purchase construction, leveling.
Need to throw a random cave somewhere in the forest here, or a gingerbread house in the forest. I like that one.
Do it there. Kind of
Yeah,
tightens.
that works.
Kind of tightens all of this, but it would work.
Yeah, unfortunately, the chicken coop is a pretty large thing.
Looks like that's gonna have to be. That's too wide for that thing. Maybe I did calculate this wrong. Why did you stop, sir? Why did you stop? I don't understand. You have seeds, you have fertilizer. Why did you stop?
Seeing that it's already been done?
It should. I wish every single one of those didn't play the sound. That would.
Yeah.
Okay, well, we're gonna fire your ass because you are not getting the job done. Why you would just stop suddenly? I don't understand. Yeah, this is gonna leave a little sliver. Yeah, I don't understand why he was just like, I don't know, maybe he was on break. I don't know, but he wasn't moving.
I like how you parked the harvester up here at the top of the hill. It looks like it's getting ready to roll down on the race.
Yeah, I love how that thing performs. So
I also like how the crop sprayers do the same thing. They keep their boom just a certain amount above the ground. That's a neat thing that they added.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna fold it back up. Unfortunately, I have to sit it.
Yeah. Unfortunately, since you don't have the setting that leaves the engine turned on, otherwise you can get out and he'll just fold up.
Right. Well, we haven't had need to use the beaverator or anything like that yet. So
Yeah, that's true. I mean, we hardly need to use the beaverator now because we do have the fact that some of the wood production does make wood chips, so. kind of funny. The forest ground texture without any grass or trees in it looks very weird.
Yeah, I didn't. That's another thing about the map is I didn't pick any of the textures, and
Yep.
the fact that the script,
Hold on, I'm getting a phone call. I'll be back.
the script to place the trees and stuff, also could place the texture, but when you painted the texture in the editor, it would actually randomize. It was a set of textures. There was like 4 textures in a bank, and then when you go to paint, it just sort of randomly picks those, right? So it kind of mixes it up a little. But the script doesn't do that. So that's why the textures on the terrain are pretty like uniform and kind of bland.
Okay, sorry. Nothing like a fun phone call from the doctor's office.
Oh.
Just confirming that the blood work that I got done. That was fun the other day. I went to the hospital to get some blood work, and I noticed the badge on the guy at the lab, and it says that he's a trainee. And I'm like, oh, cool. How long have you been here? Because it's a training hospital on base, so it's not abnormal to have someone new. And he's like, oh, I've been at the base for about 2 weeks, and I've been in the phlebotomist shop for about a day.
Jesus. Really fresh.
Yeah. And I'm like, oh, okay, so that's how this is gonna go. All right, here's my arm. Have at it. He did a good job. Got it first try, so good for him.
You want to grab that other tractor and planter and bring it on back?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I honestly was not expecting him to get the vein on the first try, let alone fill the vial on the first try, so good for him. But Emma is terrified of needles, and so I was telling her about that situation, and she said, that is my nightmare. Why are you telling me this? And I'm like, pretty much for that reaction.
mean person.
Yeah, well, I didn't have any coffee that day, so that's my excuse, and I'm sticking with it.
Yeah, I know this looks atrocious, but I wish I could do whoever set up the chicken farm. I wish they did the same. Sheep?
Oh, with the terrain following rather
Yeah,
than the terrain leveling?
The fences and stuff that would follow the terrain, but this had the pallet unloads here, so couldn't really use a lot of that, but it would have been nice for that back end. That would have been nice. So as it is, trying to at least smooth that off a little bit. So sharp. Oh, that is actually raising the terrain. But it's like pretty extreme example.
Yeah. Well, at least you put your toys away, but you did not clean them.
Oh, part of me likes the, like, sort of the dirtiness of it. Like, oh, this has been used in the field, and it's nice.
That's fair.
So yeah, sometimes I wash them, sometimes I don't. It's just sort of whatever I feel like in the moment.
Yeah, the same goes for you. Alright. Chickens. One thing I like about the chickens is the fact that you don't have to water them too. 'Cause-
Well, that's the thing in the XML. I could make all of them so you didn't have to water them. There's just a line in the XML that you just automatic water equals true. That's all you need. But
I mean, in the game, they basically made it that the very basic pasture that doesn't have like a barn or anything, they're making it like it is just that, a basic pasture, no plumbing, no nothing special, so you do have to add water. But then as you pay more for the other stuff, you're good to go. With the exception of chickens, for whatever reason.
and then you leave the little dirt spots that you see in here. Those can be used. Oh. I can't place trees in there because there's too many trees on the map.
Oh, there's still too many trees on the map.
Too many trees. I don't know.
Oh
I don't know what the tree limit is, but
it's up there.
It's up there.
Well, at least you tried. Well, I suppose you could place some small shrubberies in.
Yeah, you could put some. I'm not going to worry about it. All right. So let's get the day cycled here. Now that we have that thing planted and ready to go. The day. Pretty much every stream, it's actually worked out where it's a day. Like we take care of business, we take care of some things, and then we move the day on, and like that's the next stream is the next day.
There you
So
go. That works.
now we have a harvest to do. So this field we need to turn over, which means harvest, fertilize, or harvest, collect the straw, fertilize, plow, rock, plant.
Yeah.
So that whole process is for one field, and that is when I say turn over a field. That is what I mean. Okay, that bush needs to go. That is an annoying bush.
Yeah, we'll definitely be able to do that.
Beautiful orange, deep red.
Mm-hmm.
I was trying to think of like sorghum. Like I don't really hear that word very often. Like, what is this used for? And part of my brain, just this deep dark corner of my brain, tells me that sorghum is primarily used in pasta, but I can't be 100% sure on.
Well, let me go to the Wikipedia.
Yeah. To the Bat Cave. But yeah, sorghum. Something tells me. I don't know what it is. Something tells me that pasta is the primary like use of sorghum. Could be wrong. Most definitely could be. There's an autosave. So this is 4 of 6. So that'll be a June harvest. This is 2 of 4. It's also about 2. All right, I timed that. Wow, it's almost like I planned that. But yeah, the soybeans will come in and the oats will come in the same month. So then we'll be able to plow these fields together and have one enormously large side-by-side field. And then when we take these south, this field will grow to be enormously large. And then
All right,
this...
so
we have answers.
sorghum's uses is mostly used as animal food, and then it's also used for the production of alcoholic beverages and biofuel.
I was off. I was way off then.
Yeah.
What is it?
And
What
then
is it?
some places in India use sorghum like popcorn, essentially. And then there are some Indian flatbreads that are made from sorghum flour, but I am not seeing anything about pasta.
So what is it? I know there's something pasta used because we grow a lot of it in this state. Pasta is coming. There's a specific. It's not like wheat. There's something specific that's grown for large amounts of pasta.
Chickpea?
No, it's a grain.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was sorghum, but maybe not. It's not barley because it's not wheat. It's not barley. It's not oats. It's something. I can't think of what it is, but whatever. It's gonna bother me.
It's going to bug you now.
It's
You're
gonna
gonna have
bother
to
me.
Figure
Yep.
that out.
Anyway, so yeah, Saturday, we're at supper time now. So Saturday, since we're on a new day here, is going to be turning over the sorghum field, getting that up and running, getting some chickens, and buying some chickens. And I think this thing will hold like 1,500 chickens. It's a lot.
A decent amount.
Maybe. I think it's 1,500 chickens. It's 1,500 sheep, 1,500 chickens, and then 500 cows. 500 cows is a lot of cows. That's a lot of
100 chickens.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, anyway, once we get some chickens, we can park the truck, pick up eggs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I
And-
see that you redid that. Yeah, that's
Yep.
nice. That'll be good.
Yeah, all my factories now are done. I did the farm factory here, and then one of the last one I did was, where is it at? This thing here. This is the old grain mill. I added this week. I added this second one here because this was really damn slow. With
Yeah,
only one lane in there.
Flour.
Yeah, really slow. So not only is I raised up the first one, so it's up off the ground, so it'll spawn 2 rows. So it's much faster. I also added the second row as a failsafe. Because yeah, when you're loading up a million flour, it can take a while. But
It sure can.
anyway, yeah, that's going to have to do it for this stream, everybody. Thank you all for coming by. Please hit that like button if you are enjoying yourself. And, consider being a patron or a channel member. And joining us on these streams are getting access to all these mods, all these custom mods, and the map itself. Anything else I do in the game will be for supporters of the channel. But, yeah, come back on Saturday where we continue these. Saturday streams are usually a lot longer. And so we get a lot more done. We usually get a couple days through, but anyway.
And I'll be available this time.
All right, we'll have a coffee. Join us, and hopefully Wildman comes back from his birthday trip, so he'll be joining us as well. He's a machine when it comes to cutting down wood. Holy cow! He has gotten very, very good at that. But yeah, see you all.